What's up, everybody? I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. I don't know what's happening with Kaya Cam right now. It's falling apart a little bit. It's glitching. I've never actually seen a Logitech camera glitch like that before. That's very strange. Anyway, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Today's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It's a Sunday, baby. And we got the Xbox showcase that's happening right now. I guess we'll just move on to that. I guess we will watch that if it's still around, or I guess it might be done. Is it done? It's done. Okay. Well, I'll take a look at the highlights of it. Ended like 30 minutes ago. Got it. I'm gonna try to fix this real quick. 1 second. Can't wait to abandon all my settlements. What does that mean? Let's see if it works better now. I did a classic. Uh-oh. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? I'm back. I think I'm back. The Logitech camera is like functionally working like a goddamn virus. I don't know what the fuck it is. The webcam is breaking the stream. The Kaya cam is officially breaking the stream. So you know, that was a quick fix, but we're good. We're good. It's saved. It's not gonna. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do the fucking Kaya cam. But hey, listen, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And last night I ended the broadcast after playing a little bit of Diablo. Finished Liza P. That was cool. That was wonderful. That was great. And then I crate trained Kaya a little bit. I timed it for 40 minutes. Kaya was in the crate by herself, and certainly closing the zipper flap on the front side of the crate on top of you know, standing next to her a little bit in the beginning when she's in the crate and putting some additional extra interesting toys in there has been a very successful measure. We've been able to effectively eliminate most of the barking and most of the crying. We will be watching the gaming stuff in a second. Anyway, so she did a great job on the crate last night, and then this morning I put her in the crate again, go play basketball for 2 hours. And in between that, I put this new thing. It's called, like, I don't know what it's called, but it's basically like a bowl that you put peanut butter on the sides of and inside of, and then also put like a bunch of treats and a bunch of like food in it, and then fill it up with water and then freeze it. And they just lick it. It's basically like a Kong, but it's more it's more than a Kong, because it works like a Kong toy, which I use all the time, but this one has more utility because it also has water, you know? So that's what I did. I put that in there, and I had my dad take her out after 1 full hour had passed, and he waited for like an hour and 10 minutes. He took her out, she pooped, she peed, and then he put her back in the crate, and she was perfectly fine for another hour after that. So I was gone for 2 hours, and you know, that was really good. 40 minutes last night, 2 hours today. So it worked really well. It also keeps her cool, which she desperately needs, being a thick coat. Yeah, having a thick coat. Well, you know, the upstairs in the house is fucking always a comfortable 68 degrees, so that's not really an issue. I hope she doesn't get anxiety when those people leave your house, like your dad. It's fine. That's why I'm working right now with the tools that I have. But yeah, I'm alive, and things are going great. Oh my god, did they fucking tease Fable?
I was gonna make a sound.
Okay, I'm gonna do that in a second. I'm gonna look at all the games. In a second. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a massive Fable head. Jade Empire, Fable, like old school BioWare games were extremely my shit. Like, I basically was like the current Assassin's Creed fans, you know what I mean? And I do think that back then, Fable, Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect, like the early iterations of Mass Effect, and what do you call it? Jade Empire, all those sorts of games were basically like very similar to one another and different, but just different enough, obviously. Fable is not a BioWare game, yes, but I'm saying that like these were all like early RPGs that I found to be really, really important for my development. I love Western RPGs, okay? Like with big stories and this like expansive universe. So I'm very excited about this game coming out. But however, having said that, we'll look at all those games in a little bit to see where we're at with the new state of affairs in gaming. But yeah, other than that, I played basketball this morning. I got cooked and it's fine. It's whatever. My fucking rash has gotten crazy. It's itchy. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to go to the doctor. I'm not going to go to the dermatologist. I just suspected that it would go away. I don't think it's shingles. I don't think it's shingles because scabies. That's eczema, in my opinion. I've never had eczema. I thought it was a heat rash. Anyway, no One Piece updates. I've been actually watching. I've actually been watching. The new Japanese show about the nuclear reactor. The Fukushima nuclear disaster TV show, Japanese TV show. It's actually pretty good. The Days. So I think it's pretty cool. Sterilize with hydrogen peroxide and apply some Neosporin. Yeah, you guys have a lot going on over here. That's too much work. Sure, it'll go away. Dihydrotic eczema and dermatitis are the same. Cortisone cream and you'll be clear in a couple days. Yeah. I have not seen the new Spider-Verse movie. I hear a lot of great things about it. But you have to see the movie. What the fuck? I mean, I okay. I don't think I have to see the movie, but like it'd be nice if I did. Anyway, where was I? What was I saying? What was I doing? But yeah, oh, I was playing basketball with his dad, and his son was like playing ball with him before, and then he joined us, right? And I talked about it on my Instagram story, so I'll let my Instagram do the talking instead. Okay? Here, this is what happened, which I think is pretty funny. Balling at the park as always, and this little kid on the corner taking photos, all excited. I was like, oh, that's probably a fan. I'm playing with his dad. His dad comes up to me after the game. He's like, so are you that guy? I'm like, yeah. He goes, what do you do? I said, politics. He went, millennial ass recording? Wait, why? I mean, I am a millennial, but what's the millennial ass recording? Like, what am I doing here that's like conservative, I hope? It's like, new. Kid's about to get fucking grounded. He doesn't even know it. Walking and shit? That's what makes a millennial? You didn't start right away? They call it the millennial pause? Wait, I didn't? Balling at the park as always. And there's a little kid. I did. Balling at the park as always. And there's a little kid. Oh my god, that is a millennial pause. That I do have the millennial pause. I didn't even fucking realize. Also millennial because outside, I'm sick and tired of Zoomers anyway. It's okay to be a fucking millennial. I'm an old man. I get it. I'm an old man and I get it. I'm old. I'm gonna fucking die one day and that's it. Okay? Wait, hold on. What was I saying? I'm gonna be 32, which is like 82 in Zoomer years. So, can you do a quick line? Hey kids, thanks for watching the official HasanAbi gaming channel for me before gaming today. Okay, I mean I can do it now. Hey kids, thanks for watching the HasanAbi official gaming channel. There you go. With the rash paired up with the fucking cheek, this thing that is like it keeps resurfacing and never going away. I think I do need to go to a derma eventually, which I don't want to, but before Japan, you dum-dum. Yeah, I know. Maybe you're getting superpowers. It would be sick. So, that's it. I'm reacting to the gaming announcements. Sunday, no stun day. Hogwatch. TikTok. Gaming later. Get in now. You have to watch Like a Dragon trailer. It's really nice. I love that. I feel like Hogwatch will definitely need the stuns. I mean, there's always going to be stun locks, my friend. Possible. Yeah, I already covered the Trump clip that basically summarizes politics. All right, let me blast off real quick. I don't know if there's a meme or not that you guys have here. If you don't have one, I'll just use one of my old ones in the pocket. But and we'll look at meme reviews as well. The dad had no reaction. I mean, the dad was just, I mean, he was being normal. He wasn't going to be fucking, like, weird, but I felt like the kid was definitely getting grounded. You know what I mean? Because he said, are you conservative? I hope you're conservative. And I was like, nope. And now he's probably going to go check out his fucking kids' content consumption and realize the kid watches me and I curse all the time, and I'm certainly not a conservative. It's gonna be awful for the child. You know? GG's. It is what it is, you know. Tired. Second new Yakuza game coming out this year, Like a Dragon. Oh, I did. I saw there's more. There's another trailer for this, I guess. Or if it's the same one. Is it the same one or is it a new trailer? Anyway, let's blast off. Then lie, bro. I should have been like, yeah, I'm conservative. I love tax cuts. And think this LGBT stuff needs to be stopped immediately. Is that what I should have said? So to save the kid? Apparently, I got a mention on Wine about it. Let's take a look.
I want someone who is like confident and feels good about themselves. I don't want a guy who's hot and like thinks he's ugly.
I do.
I want that for why?
I don't want a guy that everyone thinks is hot because then I have got all these bitches trying to get at him. Actually, Ludwig is the first guy that I dated that's like traditionally attractive.
You've said this, the jock.
Okay, I take back the jock thing because everybody makes fun of me. But he is traditionally attractive, like Hasan. He's like traditionally attractive, you know? No, is he not? Are you?
No, I agree with you. I don't think Lud is like Hasan. I think they're very different. They're very different. I don't think people are like thirst trapping over Hasan or Ludwig.
Right, over Ludwig. Okay, I understand. But I'm saying like people look at Hasan and they're like he's traditionally attractive.
Yeah, no, I do go what you're saying. Yes,
Ludwig is traditionally attractive.
Yes, Lud is a conventionally attractive dude.
Conventionally, that's the word.
Sure.
All the other people, I think they've been an acquired taste, and I like that. I like a little quirky guy because then I feel better about being a quirky girl. But then I dated Ludwig.
This is so funny. You're like saying the red flags that she's listed.
Am I? Am I the red flag?
You're like,
oh my God,
no,
I'm the red flag.
I don't want a guy that knows he's attractive.
Is Maya op? Why is she gassing you up? This is the first time I've ever heard Maya openly say something nice about me. This is like a very unique predicament. I don't know how to react to it. Ew, gross.
That's like one of them. Okay,
for the record, I'm very happy with Ludwig before the parasocial people's freak out.
I watched a documentary about 0 Point Energy last night. You might want to watch off stream. It's kind of woo-woo vibes, but it's also interesting with Steven Gear. Yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, I'm just saying.
For the record, she thinks Ludwig's ugly, and so do I.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for saying kind things about me. Only nice to you to be mean to Ludwig. Wait, I can't even like this TikTok. It's just like not even letting me like it. It's like, nope, not allowed. That's weird. Sana's not conventional, but everyone can agree he's attractive. Well, this week's podcast is very good. These oi bruvs need your attention. British TikTok's worst creators. Oh, I love that. We'll take a look at that. Let's look at some of these announcements real quick. I want to knock these out of the park because I am very excited. As you guys know, I am a real gamer. I decided, fuck my average concurrent viewership. I don't give a shit. It's my job, but also at the same time, I want to have some fun. So I'm gonna fucking take an L on the viewership side, and you know, still a significant, or at least not insignificant amount of time to playing video games on the stream. So that's what I'm gonna do. Juices quit XQ stream over LGBT hate during talk with Hasan.
I've never seen a more hateful outside environment towards its own members during talk with Hasan. That was an MSGS. Posting trans pride group ad emote only. As a member of the LGBT community and education in school, and helped me understand what was happening. They were before the situation. They made I remember Adin from 7 years in high school. It's unsafe to go anywhere in this community anymore.
Comments proving ops point. Yeah. So yesterday, XQC and I had a conversation, which I think was like very productive, and I'm happy that Felix will be open-minded and have these sorts of conversations and is like perfectly willing and able to see a different perspective than what he is inundated with on a regular basis. And it's really good to have those sorts of conversations in front of like his massive audience who probably doesn't get inundated with the alternative position on this kind of thing. We regularly assume that we regularly assume that you know, other communities are just as like you know, just as quote unquote woke when they're not the case. And I saw some of those comments. I mean, we were looking at the comments while I was talking to him, and it was weird seeing so many fucking little zoomers, little juicers, and I assume they're juicers and they're young, right? Be like, Hasan, you're a pedophile groomer. I don't know. It was definitely weird to see because, like, one, XQC is not like that. Two, it's not like he fucking covers like political content, let alone from a right-wing perspective. And I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from because, like, I'm pretty sure his community for a very long time has been like aggressively weird championing homophobia and shit like that. You know what I mean? And I don't know where this like audience or where this interest is coming from. I guess like Twitter has certainly played a big role in this. I do think that Twitter has played a big ass role in this. But yeah. What is this? I assume a lot of people are woke when I meet people my age too. I mean, the numbers, okay. I'm a firm believer in a couple different things, okay? Number one, I think that it's significantly harder to be bigoted and hateful if you're living in a more diverse environment. What I mean by that is, like, cities lean urban places lean democratic because at least Democrats are like trying to present themselves as not racist or not homophobic, even though, you know, they certainly can be. But the reason for that is because, like, if you're in a diverse environment and if you're surrounded by gay people, trans people, black people, brown people, it becomes much harder to be straight up hateful towards those kinds of people because all of a sudden you're seeing them as real human beings that you actually interact with, right? And the reason why I'm always shocked when I see like a lot of Gen Z kids have any kind of like homophobic or transphobic sentiment is because there's a lot of visibility and a lot of openness in Gen Z with respect to sexuality and gender. When you look at the actual numbers, the reason why Ben Shapiro consistently talks about social contagion is because the numbers on the Gen Z side, and let me see if I can pull up this data real quick. The numbers on the Gen Z side are significantly higher than any other generation with respect to the number of queer people, like openly queer people, that would fall under the broad category of LGBTQ. So that's why it's like a lot harder, in my opinion, to be homophobic, transphobic when you're Gen Z, because like you're literally meeting you're meeting a lot of other Zoomers and people your age. You have people in your class that are like that, right? So I don't know. It's an American custom to keep your kids as intellectually understimulated as possible to make them into good consumers. Sure, but why do you always sound so fucking smart? I'm not. I'm an idiot. I everything I talk about from the perspective of common sense, for the record. I don't think I'm a smart guy. Let's just make that very clear. I've never said I'm a smart guy. I have always said I'm a dumb guy. But when I was looking through the chat, I was hoping in my mind that at least like this wasn't genuine resentment that his community or the people who are outspoken in his community, because he's got 70,000 people watching him. And in order to like manipulate the chat, you need like, 400 maximum people. 400 people will literally completely undermine 70,000 fucking people. You know what I mean? Because like active chatters and spammers are certainly, you don't even need 400 people. I'm saying like you need like 40 maximum to like legitimately make a chat look a certain way. But when you see it being spammed constantly, you think, oh my God, every person in the 70,000 group is like this, when it's not the case, right? They're just the most outspoken people. That's why I always get one guide, right? Love how you didn't join the hating Adin train till after he copy struck you, not when he backed an actual human trafficker. No actual anger shown for till Adin did something to you. Don't talk about rape and shit no more. Fuck you, bro. I don't know if you've been in here, but for the longest time I was trying to, perhaps unsuccessfully, take Adin out of that like right-wing trajectory that I saw him going down, which is precisely the reason why I was trying to be as kind to him as possible. But ultimately, the Andrew Tate, the Andrew Tate thing basically captivated him. There was nothing I could have done. And I not only tried to talk to him off stream, but I tried to talk to him on stream as well. I was definitely trying to get him away from that. But maybe you misunderstood that. But I hope you're having a great Sunday regardless. Anyway, your timeline is off though. It's not correct. But yeah, I was hoping in my mind that it was like the loud spammers that were just saying that I was a groomer and a pedophile, and it's not like the broad majority of. It's not the broad majority of fucking chatters in the 70,000 fucking community. You know what I mean? It's only like 5% that usually is the one chatting. So that's probably what it is. The kids saying that shit next to chat are doing it because on average they are the culmination of all ingredients that make an edgelord. Probably only children or disconnected from siblings, many of them being raised by grandparents because their biological parents are on their own journey. Sounds so specific, but I guarantee everyone knows 10 people like this. Also, is your brain 2 IQ editor is a raging hate boner for you, and chats openly about it. It's a culture thing. Yeah, I hope it's just like I was saying, I hope it's just like a fuck Hasan thing, and not overall like I hope it's a fuck Hasan thing. That's why they were calling me a groomer and a pedophile, and not because they legitimately believe it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Every chat hates you for no reason. I think there's good reason for a lot of people to hate me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do think that. I talk about politics all day. I've yelled at probably, I mean, I've had, over the course of my 4 or 5 year career, I have yelled at someone or yelled at the opinions that other people hold on to, like cling on to, so they feel like I'm yelling at them over and over again. You know what I mean? So for that reason, I think it's, you know, I get where it's coming from. And I also do have like an entire, I mean, I have multiple communities of content creators whose entire, is that a Valley Girl accent or are you sick? I am sick. That's what it is. I don't understand it. What I don't understand is how do they rationalize this? X talks to you in a friendly manner and you talk to him in a friendly manner. You two laugh and joke around. So how do people in this chat rationalize him being friends with a pedo groomer? I don't know. I don't think they're thinking too much though. I used to hate you taking people out of context out of a 30-second clip, but you're better at that now. I don't think I've changed, my friend. I think you probably started agreeing with me a lot more and realized that when I do snap at something, it's because I've heard it so many times. Anyway.
I need to do more about the hidden chat. Wait, hold up. I thought that chat reflects streamers. I've never seen.
I think that I think that politics did change on this platform. I think during COVID, when, you know, the George Floyd protests were happening and stuff, a lot of people were like, oh, it's cool to be woke. I'm just going to be woke now. I'm a woke guy now. And I myself, much like many other people, I think, took that for granted and thought this was like a genuine sea change when the American material conditions have been designed in a certain way to churn out more reactionary politics no matter what happens. And I think that the post-COVID realities for a lot of people with like the likes of Andrew Tate and so many other content creators popping off with like overtly right-wing sentiment has swung the pendulum in the other direction. And the internet every single day is basically, by the way, I don't want to like clap these dudes anymore. I like, we can let them fucking run their mouths. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? This is like, I'm not going to reply to people like this going forward. But anyway, excuse saying you misgendered Dylan Mulvaney yesterday by accident. I don't think I did, but it happens sometimes. Twitter accusation has ruined most news aggregation. Oh, Twitter acquisition. Yeah. So, yeah, as I was saying, Twitter acquisition also has definitely played a role in this. Like, when you have one of the most prominent social media platforms become like a hotbed of right-wing commentary, it doesn't matter, you know? This is going to be an inevitable consequence of that. So young people don't really use Twitter. No, but the ones that do are the ones that are also on Twitch. For those of you who don't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you, but young people don't use Twitter, but young people also don't use Twitch. You know what I mean? So even less young people use Twitch than young people using Twitter. Twitch is a smaller platform than Twitter overall. So it's, you know, the ones that use Twitch probably use Twitter as well. What do you mean they don't use Twitch? I mean, Twitch's audience is young, certainly younger than Twitter's audience, but Twitch is also a smaller overall audience than Twitter is, right? Anyway, my point is this. It is Gamergate politics, which is what I called basically as soon as I realized that Joe Biden was going to win. I was like, we are going to go back to old school Gamergate, like Obama second term politics. And we have done that. We are fully in the throes of it. I don't remember this level of vitriol towards me and the values that I represent. I don't remember a time when it was this bad after 2020. When I was a much smaller content creator, I used to get this shit all the time because I was on the Young Turks. And during the Gamergate era, a lot of people hated the Young Turks. And a lot of people hated me because I was a part of the Young Turks and the things that I was saying. And I think that's what's going on the internet again, which sucks because for a lot of gay people, for a lot of trans people, online spaces are one of the few places where they can feel exactly as who they are and get a sense of acceptance. And obviously this community will remain like that, but it does feel like a lot of the apolitical spaces are no longer safe harbors, you know? And that sucks. That sucks to see because I do feel like in this little area, in this little part of the world that we've carved out, specifically on Twitch, I felt like there was a genuine attitude shift, a genuine attitude change. And although there are no like right-wing content creators on this platform, for the most part, or at least like no right-wing political commentators that are sizable on this platform. A lot of like apolitical gamers still have some reactionary tendencies that I think come from a place of ignorance and a place of, you know, social conditioning, and they seek the safety of confirming their biases rather than looking into it a little bit deeper. But, you know, we'll continue doing what we're doing. I never thought that I would get to the position that I got to on this platform, let alone in general. I've never taken it for granted. I always do feel like being this large of a content creator who like openly talks about left-wing politics was never supposed to be a popular endeavor to begin with. I feel like it's not due to a genuine opinion shift. I feel like it's more due to people feeling like open homophobia is an okay opinion to hold again. Yeah. Do you think many of the comments on Twitter are bots now, like ChatGPT shit? No, but it's mostly people. It's mostly people operating like bots. There are a lot more bots now on Twitter since Elon Musk's takeover, which is ironic. But yeah, like the t-shirt bots. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, Twitter's Twitter Blue Elon Musk purchase. Elon Musk purchase in the subsequent Twitter Blue thing has dramatically shifted the algorithm into boosting ridiculous right-wing perspectives. Right-wing perspectives like just straight up calling a any kind of LGBT acceptance as like pedophilia. Yeah, this was the greatest example of this. This guy, Dying Scribe, posted this thing. Every third hetero couple. Did you check out that Salon article I sent everyone? And the dude is wearing a t-shirt that says, "The most racist man alive." Look at the replies, though. Here's the original shirt link, guys. Available here. You can buy it here. Just bought this t-shirt. Hope the link helps. Here's the original shirt link, guys. God, I need that shirt. Mine. Here's the original shirt link, guys. Here's the original shirt link, guys. Here's the original shirt link, guys. Guys, you can get this shirt, and it's all like t-shirt bots that scour the fucking internet for any mention of a t-shirt so they can like auto drop ship it. They're proud to be racist. Are they trying to be ironic? No, man. These are bots. There's no... Look, I really want to buy the shirt. Does anybody know where I can buy it? Posted boring as heck. Immediately. Look at how quickly they launched like drop shipping accounts. Where can I get this shirt? MetaMask wallet was hacked. I need a sugar daddy, sugar mommy, sugar baby. I would pay for someone to write an essay for me. All my Dogecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Monero got stolen. This literally is like all of the bot targets. So it's just like a bot bait at that point. Bots are breaking when they see that probably. Link. So it's a lot of bots and a lot of human beings that are behaving like bots, and a lot of like right-wing human beings that are behaving like bots. And it's definitely weird. Tesla owners, Silicon Valley are pedophiles. Wow, can I get this on a shirt? Link the shirt. So, yeah, the right wingers think they found other races they can be around with, but they're just bots. No, there's definitely a lot. I think you need to remember that, again, it's definitely overemphasized. It's definitely hyped up. And Twitter does not reflect the attitudes of people in the real world, especially not in America. 20% of Americans are on Twitter. That's a tiny number, right? It's not an accurate snapshot, especially when you see stuff pop off on Twitter that is like so stupid that no one, you would not be able to describe to your uncle, okay, that is like never touched something online. That's massive? What do you mean? No, that's a gigantic amount, but I'm not saying it's a tiny amount. Twitter is a massively successful social media platform. In comparison to others, is not as successful, but it's still pretty fucking successful. That just doesn't mean that it's a snapshot of like Americans, okay, across the board. And the reason why I use that, as an example is because, like, if you go on Twitter, especially because the algorithms can completely and dramatically change how you see Twitter, okay, and how you think that space is, I always urge you to just pull yourself out of that hole for a second. What you see in your algo is not reflective of the overarching American sentiments, okay? This is something that I repeat all the time, because especially with the blue check marks being the top replies every single time to every single post. Okay? Like, now you're only seeing some of the most psychotic weirdos who are dumb enough to buy an $8 a month blue check mark. Look at the views to likes on the ratio on both tweets. 39.7 million views, 5.7 million views, 87,000 likes. Well, that's because this person got quote tweeted by me and probably a bunch of other people as well. Megan responded. Oh, she did? What did she say? Whenever he goes on XCC stream.
Simple narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left.
It's so stupid, I love
every
it.
Politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. That is how the world works.
Dude.
Genocide, the natives say you got to it first. That's how it works.
It's actually wild how good AI singing has become. Nah, we ain't making it out the hood. Are you kidding me? We so are. Okay, we absolutely are. What did Megan Fox say about this? Dude, I really don't want to give you this attention because you're clearly a cloud chaser, but let me teach you something. Irregardless of how desperate you may become at any given time to acquire wealth, power, success, or fame, never use children as leverage or social currency. Thank you. Exactly. Especially under malevolent and erroneous pretense. Exploiting my child's gender identity to gain attention in your political campaign has put you on the wrong side of the universe. I have been burned at the stake by insecure, narcissistic, impotent little men like you many times, and yet I'm still here. You fucked with the wrong witch. Okay, that last part's kind of cringe, but she's right. I mean, it's so crazy. it's so crazy that you're like screaming at like a person and their children on the virtue of how they choose to present themselves. Like, they're kids, man. They're kids. That's gross. It's so disgusting to me that you literally are just like, yo, you can't do that, actually. Like, your kid has long hair, fuck you. Okay? Who the fuck are you, dude? Who are you? You think you can tell someone else, like, that someone else who's open-minded about whichever way their children want to express themselves? Like, what's wrong with you, dude? What an absolutely pathetic fucking little gremlin. Her ex-husband defended her and said it's all bullshit. Brian Austin Green shoots down rumor about Megan, their kids in girls' clothes. What did he say? Starbuck ads, I saw two of them on Full Breakdown. When Brian tells TMZ it's a totally bogus story. There are only a few people in their world that can actually verify whether or not a story like this is true, and I can tell you with absolute certainty it's not. This person is trying to claim this is the true perfect example of someone with selfish motives that does not care about the negatively affecting a parent-child relationship. For the record, Megan has said she does not tell children what to wear, particularly their eldest Noah. 5 years ago, she did a few interviews saying if a boy loves princesses and a girl loves baseball, that's not indicative of their sexuality. It's indicative of their communication and creative expression. We can't limit children by telling them how they should play. Exactly. Exactly. This is like basic stuff. It is super basic stuff. What are you doing? What are you saying? How is this in any way, shape, or form now a legitimate way to do politics? Oh, my politics are I'm freaking out about like a 5-year-old and how a 5-year-old is dressing up. Brother, they're 5 years old, okay? How about you worry about yourself? You absolute demon. You fucking freak. You sick fuck. It's disgusting. It's actually disgusting. It is so unacceptable, and it sucks that there are people. It is so disgusting. And when I see people celebrating that kind of like weirdo behavior, it hurts my soul. Okay? It hurts me to my core to see people look at like a gross weirdo pervert like this, taking fucking like paparazzi snapshots of Megan Fox and her fucking children, and then losing their mind over like what their choice of garb is. That's not politics. You're a creep. You're a fucking creepy, possibly pedophilic pervert, okay? And when I see other people, you know, substitute this for politics, it blows my fucking mind. I don't like how obsessive and creepy conservatives are about children, especially other people's children. Like, not even their own children. Half of these dudes don't have children. Okay? Most of these people don't have children. Some of them are not even allowed to be physically near children. Okay? And the ones that do have children actually fucking homeschool their children anyway, so they can be bigoted little shits just like them. And like permanently brick those kids' brains. So what's it to you, man? What happened to live and let live, you dumb fuck? I don't know. This shit is like so frustrating. Right-wingers obviously will never in a million years genuinely say, this is what we care about, because they're too pussy to fucking openly admit it, okay? Because the ones that do openly admit their politics and their personal disdain for the LGBT community or whatever and what they want to do to gay people and trans people are usually cast aside, which is why they have to use dog whistles and they have to use like points of contention that no one can get mad at. It's the when did you start beating your wife, or when did you stop beating your wife defense? You know what I mean? There's a hidden premise there. We need to save our children, or we need to, stop. We need to save these kids. We need to get them away from them, is a cowardly way to hide the truth of what your personal disdain is for the LGBT community. And it has a hidden faulty premise, a completely ridiculous premise that children, one, can be turned gay, and two, they can be turned gay by recognizing the existence of like gay and trans people in society. And three, children can be turned gay by seeing, gay people in the wild. And also, if they are able to be turned gay, that's somehow a bad thing. All three of these hidden premises are so perfectly captured in the let's leave the kids out of this kind of dog whistle. Okay? That's why it's very frustrating to see so many people willingly or unwillingly champion this cause. Like SNEAKO and EDP have talked against trans people and have said that we must save our children. I mean, SNEAKO is a fan of the movie Cuties and also has literally just last week been caught on camera openly flirting with someone who was underage, where he asked, alongside another fucking gross weirdo, exactly how underage are you? Okay, the girls were 14 years old. And now he's talking about like how the LGBT community are fucking groomers and pedophiles. EDP, everybody knows at this point, is a very famous pedophile. One of the most famous pedophiles out there. EDP also talks about how trans people are grooming our children and we have to save our children. It's like, that shows you everything you need to know about this movement. It's like people who are quite literally pedophiles, like actual pedophiles, trying to shift the blame away at some invisible enemy, hoping that the broader audience doesn't recognize that they are the real pedophiles. If we want to save our children, we need to make sure that they stay the fuck away from you two, dumbass. Yeah, he said, well, how underage are you? When these two girls, I think it was like on Omegle or whatever, these two girls that him and John Zerger were talking to said that they were underage. And he, I quote, said, well, how underage are you? They were 14. This.
You guys look like you voted for Joe Biden.
No, don't say that. Actually, we would make a great double date. I like you on the left, and I think Zerka likes the girl on the right.
They're both on the left. What up, girls? I want to kiss you guys.
How old are you?
What the
Oh,
fuck?
I got that white bitch smiling. Let's go.
Stop. How old are you guys?
Underage. Well, you
Oh.
just yeah.
Like how underage though? Like your birthday's next week type shit?
Like we can't go to Starbucks, white bitch?
And I will be turning 15 in a month.
Change my state of mind. Ladies and gentlemen,
so hard to find.
we got him.
Yeah, that's the guy talking about if leaving the children alone is homophobic. What does that say about the LGBT? It's like, bro, we got to leave the children alone. Like, you got to leave the children alone. You know what I mean? Like, you definitely got to do that. And then it's like the second part of this clown behavior. The second part of this fucking clown behavior comes from the likes of Ben Shapiro, right? Where they also lose their minds at the rainbow flag. Okay? you are not a serious person if you see the White House drop a rainbow flag and you just lose your mind. Not one American soldier fought and bled for this flag. Not one American taxpayer paid taxes to the government for this flag. Not one law has been passed under a government elected under this flag. Like, does he think it's gay Wakanda or something now? America now is like gay Conda? Like, it's not a real nation state, Ben. It just says like, hey, there's a lot of gay and trans queer Americans, some of which actually were in the military. You know, some of which are still in the military if you care about the military. You know what I mean? And, you know, this is just a recognition from the United States government, perhaps like the most subtle and like smallest bit of recognition that like gay people exist and we care about them, which is so funny, especially considering that the government is not exactly super on the side of like defending gay people or trans people in general, okay? It's just so strange. Like, this is not politics, man. You're just fucking crying about some dumb shit. I'm sorry. You're an unserious person and you are not fit to live in modern society. If you have an aneurysm when you see a rainbow colored flag, you are not fit for this world. Okay? Yeah, Mighty Keith was trying to understand what was going on with the Nick Merckx thing. Okay? For example, shit like this. How is the conversation? How does this help at all? I've seen this type of back and forth the entire time on both sides when researching the Nick Merckx drama. Shit like this should be called out and removed so we can have an actual discussion. Unit 03 says 2 snowflakes, lol, Tim the Cry Man and Cry Merckx. And this guy says, okay, groomer. So first of all, I'll just say it's not, I think that it definitely holds a lot more weight when you're calling someone a fucking groomer versus saying that someone is a snowflake. Okay, but typical blue checkmark guy says, okay, groomer, immediately 500 likes. I said, Republicans have effectively lowered discourse to screaming groomer at anyone who defends LGBT existence. And this guy immediately proves my point by saying something a groomer would say. And then there's always guys like this too, which is like, Activision also removed Tim the Tatman's bundle from the game. At Tim's request, we have removed the Tim the Tatman operator bundle from the Modern Warfare 2 and the Warzone store, says Activision. Word has no meaning anymore? No, the word still has a meaning. That's why it's very frustrating to me when I get called a groomer or a pedophile by dudes who literally are pedophiles. Like, there are so many people. Like, I saw this the other day. I love clicking on the accounts of people when someone's like, oh, Hasan, you're a fucking groomer. And then I'll click on their account and it's like, I'm a lolly VTuber. I'm like, dude, I don't know if you know this, but like a normal person will look at me and then look at how you represent yourself and immediately recognize that you're literally a pedophile. Why are you a pedophile calling another person a pedophile for defending gay people? Like, it makes no sense. You're just dropping that while you're proudly calling yourself a lolly VTuber, man. It's so strange. And it's so common. It is significantly more common. When they have a 23 tweet thread defending lolly as an art style, yeah, it's weird, man. It's so fucking weird. So gross. Groomer / pedo is becoming the cuck of 2023, a meaningless word overused to death over and over again by people too dumb to navigate a single serious thought because they've never had one. Same reason why they buy the same game year after year. Yeah. It's weird because most VTubers are progressive and usually like you. I know. These aren't like, these are VTubers trying to make it. That's the difference. It's like not established VTubers. They don't think what they do is grooming because to them, they're raising the kids how they want. Yeah. How often do we hear SJW anymore? It's because they've substituted SJW for groomer. That's what they say now. They're like, SJW is now meaningless, so let's just fucking call them groomers. Which is such a psychotic thing. Because, like, there's only two ways out of it. You don't hear woke. I mean, there's woke, too. People say woke all the time. But there's only two ways out of that discourse, okay? Either everyone becomes schizophrenic, like the dudes who are just literally throwing this accusation out there left and right, or the positive outcome of this will be most normal people look at this and go, that's gross. You're being gross. You're being fucking weird. You're constantly talking about children's goddamn genitals. Get the fuck away from me. It's very weird, and it fucking sucks. Anyway, there's another thing that I was gonna tie on to this, but yeah, I don't think this is like, I don't think someone being called a snowflake is the same as someone being called a groomer. I don't think those two words hold the same level of weight. I know that Mighty Keef's larger point here is that like discourse has been whittled to someone being like, you're a crybaby, and the other person straight up calling them a groomer instead of like actually having a conversation. But it's really hard to have a conversation with some of these fucking people because all they got is this. They just be like, oh, dude, you think we should accept gay people? Okay, groomer. I mean, yeah, this is my take as well. If some rainbows can take down Western civilization, it wasn't meant to stand. Like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. You're out of your mind. Saying, like, we shouldn't hate crime gay people means that the West is fallen. The hate on you has been insane. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, I know. I know. It's whatever. It's look, I didn't have a large audience back in the day, and I was getting this level of fucking hatred online. So at least now there's still like a safe harbor. You know what I mean? There's still you know, there's still a place where you can get to where there's like an element of safety. One of the best Juniper tweets, screen cap. I used to think the Progress Pride flag was kind of mad, but then I realized that conservatives catching a glance of it causes 100 concurrent 9/11s in their minds, and that's pretty dope. I mean, yeah, that is it. I feel the same fucking way. Like, I love doing the ironic like homophobia jokes or the fucking ironic like I'm a foe jokes, and also I shit on rainbow capitalism quite fucking frequently on this broadcast. But god damn it, dude, it's become impossible. Conservatives fucking stole that from us. Okay, we can't even have like in-group jokes because they literally were just like, yeah, actually, no, we do want to kill fucking gay and trans people. Like, they need to be relegated back into the fucking darkest crevices of society because I can't handle the thought of like gay people and trans people existing and coexisting. Yeah, we can't even fucking do it. I can't even do like the Adin Ross thing is like a great example of this, right? Like, for the month of June, as a brand, change my profile picture to a rainbow color, and it's supposed to make fun of rainbow capitalism, and it's also supposed to show my disdain for rainbow capitalism in general, and it's supposed to be a double joke because like I'm a foe, right? I'm an LGBT foe because I don't really like the I'm an ally shit, right? It's whack, it's lame. And they can't see it. They don't understand that. They don't understand humor. They don't understand irony. They just like fit you into this neat little box and go, oh, dude, you put that up because you're like just, you think that is like showing support for gay people. I remember you said back when Roe was overturned, the conversation was now massively going to shift to major LGBTQ hatred. Yeah. I don't think it's as lame as you think. As a kid, it meant a lot to see rainbows everywhere. Yeah, I understand that. But this is also a community that already is like fucking, supportive of LGBTQ people without showing rainbows. So it's like, that's my point. My point is that like, I already advocate for all that sort of stuff. We can have fun. Anyway, you're describing this shit as minor day solver? What? Yeah. That goes back to your point of charitability. They don't see the joke intentionally. Yeah. And here's the other side, right? What Donald Trump said yesterday. What Donald Trump said yesterday in North Carolina has like burned into my mind. This paired up with that poll that we saw. I think it was on CNN, the YouGov poll. Basically shows you that American politics is so done. It's been done, but it's never been as done. Okay? The poll we saw was the Unabomber? No. Do you remember the YouGov poll that we looked at? Republican voters and what they care about? And like, it was like 70% owning the libs. And then the second thing on there was like, end wokeness. And then like, there was, the third one was, I think, like making sure that there is no gun control at all. Like those were the three major things that they cared about. Only one of them is like kind of a policy. Yeah, this is, wait, what? CBS News poll on how 2024 GOP presidential could be Donald Trump versus Trump fatigue. This lives in my mind. Okay? But here's Donald Trump even personally recognizing how kind of crazy that is. Look at this.
Critical race theory, transgender insanity, and
here.
Critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children.
People are like standing up. I've never seen so many people with diabetes like use most of their remaining physical like use the remaining fucking power they have in their body to get up for that, because he said transgender.
It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was? But one
huh, who would have thought? Makes you think, right? Huh, that's interesting. How did that happen? It's so funny that he just says it outright. Okay? But the disgusting freaks the pieces of shit in the audience don't even understand it. They're like, no, we are manipulated, actually. Thank you. But keep manipulating us, sir. All those hogs working their scratch-off ticket muscles. Yeah. This is why DeSantis will never beat him. Sophie politicians have the courage to go up on stage and say it to their supporters' faces. Wow, this is the stupid shit you like. You eat this dumb shit up. That's nuts. It's true. He did do it. Nobody who wants to emulate him realizes that the core to Trump's appeal is his ability to neg his audience like they're a bookish woman at a bar and he's wearing a furry top hat. He does. You can see the disdain he has for the largest part of his fucking base. Segregationist George Wallace said the same thing about building roads and good schools, but nobody caring until he shouted racial slurs. I know. This has been a very important part of the Republican Party's racial agitated propaganda for so many years, okay? That's the hilarious part about this, okay, is that it's not new. The subject matter changes, but the attacks are identical. And the more openly you say it, there's like a tightrope, basically. As long as you balance it so that you don't go super overboard, but you just say the right things and you say, like, trans people are crazy, you'll get the claps and you will get the applause. They don't give a fuck about the actual policies that hurt their lives, that harm their genuine material conditions. It was like when you were saying that Joe Rogan shouldn't know about facial feminization surgery. They're being instructed on purpose. Yeah. Why do you think no one brought up the groomer pedophile angle during the whole bathroom bill craze from a few years ago? Because the bathroom bill craze was a dud. Okay? It didn't work. Republicans went off on trans people in North Carolina, and everyone universally said, no, that's fucking insane. Shut the fuck up. And then they went back to the drawing board and they focus tested different attacks, different angles of attacks. And a lot of things happened in that process too. QAnon broke a lot of people's brains. Like, people felt increasingly more isolated and found safe harbor on internet spaces online. They started developing, like, the only kind of way to combat social isolation during COVID was online. And people's brains broke completely. And then they came back. They came back stronger than ever before. They focus tested it. They found out that, like, the most viable angle of attack for trans people was cis women playing with trans women in sports, because it wasn't even about trans people, because most people just think, like, trans people are weird. I don't really get it. It's apathy, right? But they care about this sense of fairness. So they were able to straight up hammer on and on and on again that trans people were eradicating fairness. They were eradicating fairness by existing. So they paired it up with a significantly more successful strategy and then relaunched the anti-trans vitriol. And the reason why they were attacking trans people was because they could no longer attack gay people. And they basically are attacking gay people now as well, by the way, because the more people do not fight back against this kind of reactionary sentiment, the more they will increase the stress, the more they will go crazy. And a big pivotal moment in this entire conversation was at the top of the hour when there was a 3-minute ad break, and I left I did not run it for 20 minutes. I'm going to run it now. Okay, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break. You can subscribe or get gifted a sub if you want to avoid it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. So, as I was saying, they basically did this. Hold on, I'll show you. Yeah, someone in the chat also pointed out. It's great. There was an ad called Boys Beware. Okay? Here it is. All gays are pedophiles. Unfortunately, not quite a dead horse trope yet. Gay agenda. Somebody think of the children. This was, I believe, from 1961 or 1950s, if I'm not mistaken. If I can find the video, why do people hate you so much? Why do people hate you so much? What? What is this? Why are you showing me this? This person is Adin Ross's manager, brother. Like, I think everyone wants him to do it, not gonna lie. Adin just speaking for everybody. Yeah. Why? Like, why do you care about this? This was June 7th. You know what I mean? This is like so long ago. Who cares, man? You know, you can literally say, I don't like what Megan Fox is doing to her children by letting them wear whatever the fuck they want and get more likes than this. So it doesn't matter, okay? Seeing something on Twitter with a lot of likes doesn't necessarily mean that this is like the genuine the genuinely held perspective of the broad majority of the public. Most people don't know who the fuck I am, okay? It's irrelevant. It's dumb. It's basically a manifestation that I am an accessible person that embodies all of the left-wing ideologies that they fucking despise, that they've been conditioned to hate. Okay? That's it. A lot of this anger and resentment, at least at the core, comes from that. And then the rest are just like meat riders and people who are click farming and people who are engagement farming. And they see other people shitting on me and go, oh, that's the right thing to do, I think. That's the cool thing to do. Let me do that as well. Okay? That's where this comes from. I am the left-wing boogeyman. I am their left-wing sleep paralysis demon. Okay? And for many others, I'm just like a guy that their little brother watches or their little sister watches or the girl they have a crush on watches, and they fucking get so frustrated by that. That's it. But they can't do anything about real politics, so they lash out at whatever is accessible. People that have an opinion on me like this are unserious people. You're yelling at a Twitch streamer. Okay? You're yelling at just some fucking guy. You're yelling at a Twitch streamer. You're not really doing anything. It's not real politics, and you are baby-brained into thinking that like yelling at a Twitch streamer is doing some form of real politics. That's it. You're online. You're on Twitter. Go get a job. Here, this came out in the 1950s. Okay, here.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, a police officer attached to the Juvenile Division. I'm on my way to Monroe Junior High School to talk to a group of young people. That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. but sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon, and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride. He'd done it 100 times before, and he didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. He asked Jimmy if he played baseball in the park often. Jimmy told him they practiced 3 times a week and played a rival group on Friday afternoon. The stranger was a good listener, too, and it only seemed minutes before they pulled up in front of Jimmy's house. When Jimmy got out, the stranger gave him a friendly pat. Then he told him he'd see him again, as he always drove by the park on his way home. Sure enough, the following day, when Jimmy finished playing ball, well, the man was there waiting.
Last time we watched this, we were laughing about how fucking stupid and how silly it was. Okay? And over the course of the 1 year that I think it was about a year ago when we watched it, homophobia and transphobia have like skyrocketed both at the Republican state legislatures all across the country and especially on Twitter, that now I can't even fucking laugh at this shit. It's so stupid, but it's like way more nefarious when you recognize the purpose behind this kind of vitriolic sentiment, this kind of lie. Hutch, some teachers are sneaking hormones to kids, hiding it from the parents. Puberty blockers are being advertised as reversible when they're very clearly not. Life-altering decisions are being made during vulnerable time in kids' life. Are you just missing this part? Brother, who's telling you these things and why do you believe it? Schools won't even give ibuprofen to a kid without the parents' approval. They do not have the legal authority to prescribe hormones or puberty blockers in the first place. That has to come from a doctor. Like, this guy is basically just saying, I'm insane, okay? I'm insane. I'm out of my mind. Hello. Listen to me. I am seeing demons where no such demons exist. I need you to understand this. I am out of my fucking mind. And then you have to sit there and be like, this is not real. And then their counter to that could always be, like, well, you're wrong because you're a fucking groomer. But when enough people, especially on a platform like Twitter, are schizophrenic, blinded by hatred, and basically hallucinating, it doesn't matter. It might as well be the truth. You know what I mean? You have to literally address it as though it is something that people legitimately believe, and you have to counter it. It sucks.
They stopped at a drive-in, and the stranger treated him to a Coke. During their conversation, he told several off-color jokes, but Jimmy had heard others before, and, well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person. The following Saturday, they went fishing together. By now, they were using first names. Ralph said it was more friendly. Jimmy hadn't enjoyed himself so much in a long time. Then during lunch, Ralph showed him some pornographic pictures. Jimmy knew he shouldn't be interested, but, well, he was curious. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick, a sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious, a sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship
Look at that.
with members of their own sex. But by now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together. Ralph was generous and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him. He bought presents and even gave him money, but payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough. When Ralph first asked Jimmy to go fishing alone, he should have discussed it with his parents or teacher. Finally, Jimmy told his parents, and they reported it to the juvenile authorities. Ralph was arrested, and Jimmy was released on probation in the custody of his parents. But all homosexuals are not passive. Some resort to violence, as in the case of Mike Merrick. In the heat of competition, no one noticed the man who sat and watched. And when the game broke up and the others left, Mike decided to stay and practice a little longer. The stranger joined him. He was friendly and, well, it was better than playing alone. But after a few shots, Mike realized he had already overstayed his time and suggested he better leave. The stranger told him if he'd like to stay longer, he'd be glad to drive him home when they finished. Sounded great to Mike. Chance to play longer and get a ride home, too. When they finished, the stranger told him he'd make a fine player someday if he got lots of practice. The companionship, the praise, the friendly attitude dispelled any misgivings Mike might have had about going with a stranger. He probably never realized until too late that he was riding in the shadow of death. But sometime that evening, Mike Merrick traded his life for a newspaper headline. As Denny and Jerry got the papers ready.
Start the timer. We hit we just did a PP at 2:30. I'm gonna take her out again. I'm not making mistakes no more. Every hour, baby. That's what we're doing. Every hour.
For Jerry's afternoon delivery, they only casually noticed the two boys that raced by in the afternoon traffic, and they didn't pay much attention to the car that drew up shortly afterwards until the man called them over. Had two boys been by on bicycles? The boys nodded they had. Could they recognize them if they saw them again? Well, then he guessed he could. Then hop in, the man said. Those are stolen bikes. Without giving it another thought, Denny got in and the car sped away. Jerry watched. He'd been told many times, if a friend got in a car with a stranger, to write down the license number. It didn't seem to apply, but, well, fortunately, he marked it down. When he delivered a paper to Denny's house, he asked his mother if they'd caught the boys that had stolen the bicycles. Denny hadn't returned, so he told her the story and gave her the paper with the license number. Being a careful parent, she decided to call the police. Jerry supplied the necessary information, and the stranger's car was quickly spotted. It was a good example of how important it is to always get the license number and description of any stranger who takes a young person off alone, no matter what they tell you. Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed, And as it was late, he suggested they take the shortcut under the pier, but the others preferred to take the more traveled way home. When Bobby recognized the stranger as the man in the restroom, the shortcut under the pier didn't seem like a good idea at all. After all, it's more fun to stay with your friends anyway. Bobby had made a wise decision. It may have saved his life. The decision is always yours, and your whole future may depend on making the right one. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill. So keep with your group, and don't go off alone with strangers unless you have the permission of your parent or teacher.
There you go. The end. Identical arguments were launched towards gay people over and over again, calling them fucking pedophiles, calling them pedophiles. I didn't see a single goddamn priest in this video, okay? I didn't see a single goddamn Republican congressperson in this fucking video. And now they had to shelf this kind of rhetoric for a little bit because it was seen as like weird, gross, bigoted, because it had become normalized to be accepting of gay people in society. Okay? That pendulum is swinging in the other direction. That's why you see so many like literal gay ass click farming, engagement farming meme accounts on Twitter post like their fucking QAnon uncle, but they're just saying Riz and on God. So all of a sudden it's like not the QAnon uncle's politics. Like you see it is because like the pendulum is swung in the other direction on a place like Twitter, and people for the most part care about engagement. So they just kind of feed into that narrative. These are the same people that were throwing up the BLM fists on their accounts, 2 years ago. That's it. It's just all for clicks. Don't take it seriously. It's not the end of the world, okay? And it's probably going to get even worse. It's probably going to get even worse. The reactionaries are just getting louder. They are only doing so because they're seeing themselves increasingly outnumbered and it terrifies them. No, I think on Twitter they're getting highlighted. So that's the reason why they do it is because like this again ties back to the whole like this ties back to the whole fuck Hasan narrative that you see all the time. Like, people hate Twitch streamers, okay? But Twitch streamers still have fans and stuff on Twitter. So they will just be like, oh, fuck Hasan. I don't like Hasan. Hasan is a fucking piece of shit. I hate him. It's like, why? What have I ever done to you? Why do I occupy any space in your mind? Be healthy about it. And just, like, never watch me. Right? But no. The reason why they do it is because right-wing narratives are highlighted aggressively on reactionary narratives are highlighted aggressively, and I'm a manifestation of like all of the left-wing ideas that you might be afraid of. 1970s homophobia, 2020s transphobia. They're indoctrinating kids. They're recruiting in schools. Kids will grow out of it. It's the parents' fault. It's not natural. They're too young to know. It's all the same. When the pathetic millionaire crybaby manbaby purchased Twitter for $44 billion and showed how willing and able he was to like form and shape the narrative on the platform that he purchased. I don't know why people did not assume that the platform in and of itself was not going to change. I mean, the guy is 100% a transphobe, you know? He has a trans kid, wants nothing to do with him. He's the classic fucking parent who despises like this trans boogeyman because he wants to believe that like his kid wasn't trans, but instead was transified, transmogrified, you know? Saw a Reddit post from a girl who said her boyfriend is mad at her because she likes you and thinks you're attractive. Dudes are so lame and insecure. It's sad. That's why it's like pure copium when dummies will say, I say this to get pussy. Like, no, I don't. Your mom would fuck me no matter what my politics are. Okay? What? You be talking about the Matt Walsh producer receiving gender affirming care in 22 minutes anytime soon? It directly contradicts your arguments when you were talking XQC, and I would love to get your opinion on it. Yeah, I don't believe that even for a second. Okay? The idea that, like, you're calling it gender affirming care and not, like, HRT or, like, I don't know, whatever part of it immediately implies, first of all, I don't trust Matt Walsh as far as I can throw him. And I could probably toss him, but I certainly wouldn't be able to toss him that far. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, Matt Walsh has a producer who is an adult. Okay? So I would assume that, like, an adult could probably lie to a doctor and try to get some kind of surgery. Yeah. Because they committed medical fraud to get a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Yeah, sick, man. Yeah, I told my... Yeah, I lied to my doctor about having symptoms of ADHD to get a fucking prescription for Vyvanse. Wow, look at the state of affairs now. You know what I mean? Okay, sick, got it. So that didn't tell me anything about the way that like the world of medicine works. It just told me that you lied to your doctor. That's all you did. They were misleading as fuck. Aaron covered it if you want to go in depth. Matt Walsh recently attacked Plume for providing gender-affirming care letters. His producer used a fake patient with fake medical details to do so, but he lies about what actually happened in the guidelines used. To understand what Matt Walsh is attacking, you need to first know something about the history of how trans people have obtained care. 100 years ago, transgender people were routinely institutionalized and given electroshock therapy. Starting in 1979, Harry Benjamin released the very first standards of care. These would later evolve into the WPATH standards of care, continually revised. The first standards of care had problems, though. The most major and egregious problem is that trans people used to have to convince a therapist that they could pass as their gender. For trans women, this meant wanting to be a housewife, dating men, dressing in extremely feminine clothing, and more. There were other problems. That's fucking wild, but, you know, expected, okay? In order to get care, you had to do real-life experience for 2 years before even obtaining hormone therapy. You had to often move far away from where you lived. You had to pay therapists extremely large sums of money to get through the system. It was atrocious. Everything changed in 2011 to 2013. The DSM-5 was released, and gender identity disorder was no longer a mental disorder. Instead, gender dysphoria was a disorder alleviated by transitioning. Here are how clinicians judge gender dysphoria. At least two of these must be present. a marked incongruence between one's experience in expressed gender and natal gender for at least 6 months in duration as manifested by at least 2 of the following. A marked incongruence between one's experience/expressed gender and primary and or secondary sex characteristics, or in young adolescents, the anticipated secondary sex characteristics. A strong desire to be rid of one's primary and or secondary sex characteristics because of marked incongruence with the experienced gender. A strong desire for the primary or secondary sex characteristics of the other gender. A strong desire to be of the other gender or some alternative gender different from one's designated gender. A strong desire to be treated as the other gender or some alternative gender different from one's designated gender. A strong conviction that one has typical feelings and reactions of the other gender. Now, these are broad, but very deliberately crafted guidelines for trans people to tell their medical professionals, like, this is how I'm feeling. What should I do? Okay, I think I have feelings of dysphoria, and I would like to undergo gender confirmation. No, it is not non-binary erasure. Okay, that's not non-binary erasure. I don't think this is non-binary erasure. That's why they are broad in the same way that it says like secondary sex characteristics or alternative gender different from one's designated gender. Okay? No, don't say it is. It literally says alternative gender different from one's designated gender. D and E quite literally cover. God damn it, dude. Okay, non-binary people, fucking calm down for like 3 seconds. You said that there were extensive psychological examinations and consent needed during the XQC debate, but this is showing that you could cheat the system with corrupt doctors? Brother, how do you think medical diagnoses surrounding psychological disorders work? I already gave you an example of how you could, quote unquote, cheat the system in an identical capacity. Okay? It's your inability to comprehend something. Of course, people can still lie, okay? But you do not write medical diagnoses on behalf of people possibly lying, okay? You can still lie to get drugs. Trinrek, thank you for the 5, get the subs. You can cheat the system, but rules are not written having people who are going to be gross abusers or cheaters of the system in mind when you have to make a utilitarian decision. Rules are written for the broad majority, okay? For the average person. Rules are not written for like people who are going to turn around and lie. That is an insane way to write rules. Like, what's the alternative? Just not offer gender care at all? Because what, Matt Walsh's producer lied about it? That would be insane. Like, we have strict protocols on giving people opiates, right? Part of the problem was Purdue wanted to make a lot of money, and they did everything they could to actually lobby the government and straight up set up medical lobbying groups called like pain relief management groups and things of that nature. And they basically rewrote entire swaths of like medical research to shill more opiates, okay? And then obviously now there's more rules and restrictions surrounding that sort of thing because of the opiate crisis that we're under. Having said that, however, you could still lie to your doctor and get fucking opiates. You can still say, I have chronic back pain. Please give me something for this. And your doctor will still prescribe you an opiate. You want to know why? Because obviously it's still medicine. And you can't stop people from taking medicine, especially when people do truly have chronic pain. And the notion can never be that this person is lying to me. Now, opiates, at least as far as I understand it, can be fun. HRT, on the other hand, is not recreational. There is no recreational use for gender confirmation. I don't think anyone is transing themselves for the funsies or for the lols, okay? Meanwhile, we learned that there were so many transgender people than originally allowed to transition. WPATH opened the door for informed consent, HRT, meaning doctors can believe adult patients who are trans and manage care. This is where Matt Walsh comes in. He's been attacking informed consent and HRT, really. And all HRT, really. And so he set his eyes on Plume, one of the largest providers. His producer lied about their medical history so that he could get a letter for surgery. Walsh produces what he claims is a damning piece of evidence. The patient marks down that they have not experienced dysphoria for 6 months. Indeed, this is a requirement. This is a clever sleight of hand, though. It doesn't say what he presents to say. We actually learned in the letter provided that Walsh is leaving many things out. The most important things being left out is that the patient claims to have been living as their gender identity for 6 years and has been on hormones for 2 years. Wow, that's brilliant. I can't believe it. You mean to tell me that Matt Walsh's producer lied about a significant part of their medical background in order to get and receive, in the eyes of Plume, continued care? Wow. Well, color me surprised. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. But thank you to the Gray Name Chatter for bringing this to my attention. In a normal circumstance, I would have not even heard about what Matt Walsh had done. And now I know yet another conservative line of attack that is, once again, full of lies. So you must ask yourself, why is it that these guys can't find real in-the-world examples, so they become the fake example that they pretend is happening all the time? Because if Matt Walsh is correct, and doctors are just fucking writing HRT like crazy, okay, you wouldn't feel the need to fake it yourself by literally defrauding and rewriting your medical history in an effort to obtain this sort of thing. Do you understand? You claim that there were extensive medical filters to prevent mentally ill people from getting gender-affirming care, yet this shows that there are doctors breaking the system to make it easier. How would you address this argument that this could clearly result in a mentally ill person who's convinced themselves that they're trans, regretting it in the future? I don't know if you understand this, but the mentally ill person is the right-wing cishet here. Do you get it? Like, that person is behaving in a mentally ill way. I already described to you that the utilitarian way that rules are written is supposed to over-encompass as many people suffering from a particular thing, and it's not supposed to literally go off the whims of you and your unjustifiable fear. Okay? Your unjustifiable fear that someone is going to recreationally take HRT. What you are describing, if it was so commonplace, would be happening all the time. It would not be the 0.01% of people who detransition, but are still trans, by the way, just detransition from time to time. Okay? It is not recreational, though. What? I'm confused by what you're trying to say. This is not a recreational drug, therefore, abuse is significantly less likely. Exactly. You are scared of a boogeyman that Matt Walsh has basically presented for you, and he has done it in a way where he couldn't find a real-world example, so he lied. Okay? And now you're doing this thing where it's like, well, what about in this hypothetical, a mentally ill person did this? Yeah, the mentally ill person did do it. It's Matt Walsh's fucking cishet, dumbass producer and Matt Walsh. They're the fucking mentally ill people here, not the hypothetical mentally ill person that you're talking about. And the issue here is you think it's happening all the fucking time potentially. Okay? Did Matt Walsh's producer actually do this to obtain HRT? Or are you just trying to secretly claim that a lot more trans people are just not really trans, but are simply mentally ill and have misguided themselves, and look how easy it is for them to obtain HRT? Do you get it? Do you understand why this is a silly argument to make? Do you understand this? What you were talking about with SU was great, because if there are several mental checks and everyone who actually needs gender affirming care could get it, there are several additional checks. Okay? There are additional checks. This person lied and claimed that this person lied, okay? Like, this person is lying. I don't know what to explain to you other than this person is straight up fucking lying. Yes, people can still break rules, chatter. You know, it's like saying, this is in many ways no different than, well, what if someone goes into the women's restroom and then like rapes a woman in the women's restroom? Okay. This is what happens because of trans people. It's like, no, that's something that can happen. It's an entirely separate issue. It's called sexual assault and it's illegal. Okay. Like, that's the point. You are saying, what if sexual assault happens in the women's restroom? And that's in trying to turn that desperately into the problem for trans people. It's not trans people across the board that are going into women's restrooms and doing sexual assault. Okay? Even in the hypothetical argument that you're presenting, it's not a trans person, it's a cis person that's lying. And my counter to that always is, if someone is going to do rape, do you think they care about whether it says this is a male restroom and a female restroom? They're already violating the biggest sin, okay, which is don't fucking rape someone. They're already violating the rules. The reality is that Matt Walsh is depending on his readers and everyone really on not understanding that clinical dysphoria definitions can be different from self-reported dysphoria. Plume accurately diagnosed dysphoria based on the lies of Matt Walsh's producers. Yeah, exactly. The damage was instantly done, though. Elon Musk replied to the thread. Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis released statements. Multiple attorneys general announced they may investigate. It's the Planned Parenthood fetal tissue investigation all over again. Matt Walsh wants to bring gender-affirming care back to what it was in the 50s and 60s, and before that even. He has stated numerous times he seeks to end care entirely. He now aims to do so by winding the clock to the 1979 standards of care first. Don't let him. We have many people misdiagnosed for plenty of disorders that can result in being mismedicated or improper treatment recommendations, which has impacts. However, that doesn't mean we stop treating people. The care is vital. People can come into the psych ward and lie that they want to kill themselves. Just because there isn't an absolute way to vent if they are truly, if they're truthful, doesn't mean we should stop taking these claims seriously. Exactly. I'll give you an example. Swatting is a serious problem. And it's also a major crime. You want to know why? Because police have to show up to your house when someone is making a 911 call, especially one that is about like an egregious crime happening. So you're basically mismanaging police use funds in that situation when you're falsely swatting someone. That's why plenty of people who do this go to jail. Okay? The answer never is, oh, let's just stop sending police to like a mass shooting situation. That's what your argument is in this situation. You're looking at people that are lying and abusing the system and then going, well, what if other people lie and abuse the system? We should just stop care altogether. And that is fucking ridiculous. Or more nefariously, you're saying, ultimately you want to stop care altogether. Maybe you don't, but Matt Walsh certainly does. But you have been sucked into his perspective. You've been sucked into his argument, and now you're advocating alongside of him to re-roll trans care back to pre-existing conditions that were actually not good. Do you understand why people are correctly yelling at you? Clearly, the rigorous checks are not firmly in place if someone can lie and get authorization. I don't think you're understanding this. You're hyper-focusing on the semantics of this conversation when I'm already telling you, people will always have the capacity to lie. I gave you 2 examples. I gave you the example of the bathrooms, and I gave you the example of swatting. Okay? I even gave you a 3rd example specifically related to medical care in the form of opiates. Okay? I gave you 3 different examples that you are not listening to about why you can't actually shut off medical care because of some hypothetical person that exists out there in the periphery that does not even exist really, okay? And that the only hypothetical person was one that was willingly and deliberately trying to violate the rules and the structure that was designed, okay? And it was, and you're saying that, like, well, this means that there's no rigorous checks. It's like if I said, you know, well, cops show up to swattings, so there's actually no fucking rigorous checks on police actually fucking handling mass shootings in schools. Okay, police have to, and I perfectly understand this. I'm not like a full-blown abolitionist for this reason. I bring it up all the fucking time. Police have to fucking show up to mass shootings. Okay, they have to. That's like the one thing that they're supposed to do. If we were to turn around and decide like, oh no, we're not doing this anymore. We're not doing this anymore. There's no more police showing up. They should just not show up anymore. It would all turn into fucking Uvalde in a case where police did show up. But the outcome would be resembling Uvalde. Under no means, and should we be stopping this? What? Under no means, and should we, what? Hello? I absolutely do not think that we should be stopping gender affirming care altogether. I just think that clearly, no, what you're doing is a Mott and Bailey, where you are saying, or where you are advocating by using a person who's very clearly disingenuously trying to eradicate any kind of HRT from happening for adults who have explicitly stated that they want to do that. And this is one mechanism for them to like unwind some of the medical advances that has been made in this regard by literally lying to medical professionals. And I've given you multiple examples across different vectors as to how that doesn't work the way it does. So don't come to me and tell me, oh no, I don't actually think we should be stopping gender affirming care altogether. I just agree with the guy who does. And I think that there needs to be more checks and balances. The checks and balances that were created by medical professionals that know a fuckload more than you do and a fuckload more than I do. Okay? And I don't really know why you're engaging in this kind of conversation when I think you should actually be honest about how you are behaving. No person who is like legitimately a little critical about what kind of HRT is being offered to people would actually use a disingenuous argument from the most transphobic human on the fucking planet. Matt Walsh is the most popular transphobe. He is literally the god king of transphobes, and he has openly lied to like medical professionals in an effort to like basically draw out this result. And you're using his example as a way to just say, well, you know, this is a very serious problem. If it was a very serious problem, Matt Walsh wouldn't be making it up himself. Okay? I'm simply saying that you were wrong about rigorous checks. I'm not wrong about rigorous checks. Those are rigorous checks. Okay? Those are rigorous checks. Those are adequate checks because they are designed with normal people in mind. They're not designed with psychotic transphobic people who are trying to literally generate this kind of response in mind. There is a rigorous check that I need to be applying here, which is banning you because you are either A, the most dense motherfucker I've ever met on the planet, and I've spent so much time addressing your clearly disingenuous form, your clearly disingenuous perspective, or I don't know. You're just too stupid to understand what I'm saying. What kind of checks do you think it bypasses if you fucking lie and say you've been identifying one way for 6 years and being on HRT for 2 years? Exactly. What do you want there? There is always going to be fraud. You cannot stop fraud from happening. You can't because some people choose to do so. Okay? That's just how it works. But we cannot design society in a way that like completely eliminates every normal and oftentimes good and healthy advances made in the medical field, because some people are going to unjustifiably and in a very deliberate attempt to cut a certain narrative, manipulate the rules and break them. It's like saying, what do you mean someone broke into my house? It has a lock on it. If someone comes to the door planning to break it open with a crowbar, the lock is inconsequential. Exactly. Okay? There is no reasonable way to add additional checks and boundaries unless you think every single person that goes to a doctor has to undergo like a private eye style full-blown background check. Okay? That's not how medicine works. Medicine might be given to a patient that is in immediate need. And for some reason, I'm actually offering you the dignity of like responding to every single thing that you're saying, and you just keep jumping and not listening to what I'm saying at all. Okay? Please don't ban me. I just want to have a conversation about it. This is what this platform is for. Brother, you've clearly been banned multiple times on this fucking on this channel. This is your sock account that you're on. God knows how many sock accounts I fucking banned you on, possibly because you are a debate pedophile. Okay? Because you get off on this. Okay? You get off on this back and forth interaction. If you were truly an interlocutor that is interested in understanding my perspective, you would have stopped on the third example that I offered you. Not the first, maybe not the second, but certainly on the third example, you would have been like, okay, maybe the reason why we don't actually fucking write medical rules around people who are going to conduct fraudulent activities is because it's for the betterment of society. It's a utilitarian purpose as to why we write medical rules this way. Okay? But you still are refusing to address that point because you know that point actually eviscerates your conversation. So you keep going back to, well, there are rigorous checks. There are rigorous checks. There are rigorous checks around it. There are rigorous checks. You said that there were rigorous checks, and it clearly is not. There are rigorous checks. You can still fucking obviously lie. But especially considering the fact that there is no recreational use for HRT, these checks are apt. They're adequate. Please don't ban me. I'm really stupid. Worst, most stubborn debate Andy in so long. You can tell this guy uses a pile of dirty clothes as his computer chair. Yeah, I can fucking smell him from over here. I'm a new fan, I swear. Okay, take some time out and really reconsider the way you're arguing then. Because one of the things that we do on this broadcast, other than the top of the hour ad break, that comes at the top of every hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, is we ban debate perverts normally because they derail the conversation. They derail the conversation, especially when they are not in it to like learn or change their position whatsoever. You demonstrated that you're not actually interested in learning from this situation. I'm only giving you a 10-minute timeout, but take this 10-minute timeout to just really reconsider why you're doing this. He created this account and instantly followed you. Interesting, Lamau. Yeah, because that's a sock account. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. You've been extra patient with chatters lately. I've been trying to be more patient and not like pop off on chatters because I know like one of the number one things that people get mad at me from the outside looking in is people that always goes and says the aspect you're missing as well is their fake medical history included 2 years of being an HRT, which is where they would have already passed rigorous checks. So at the process they were attempting to pursue, there would be less strict demand for such things. Because why would someone lie about being trans for 6 years and on HRT for 2? It's so unfortunate these creatures create their own examples of the system being abused. Yeah. The unfortunate thing is that like people regularly look to how I conduct myself from the outside, and they see me yelling at people. They don't see that I just spent like an hour trying to unwind and like talk down a chatter off of this fucking rhetorical cliff that they're on. They only see the last moment where I yell at them and ban them. They clip it and they go, "Oh, dude, this guy's a bad guy. This is a song guy. He has no time for anybody with differences in opinion." They don't see it. They think that like over the course of 10 hours, I'm just constantly fucking yelling at chatters and just banning them for saying they disagree with me. And it's very frustrating, but I try to eliminate those moments because at the end of the day, I do still want random people that are maybe tangentially aware of me to be charitable to what I'm saying. And for those of you saying, fuck those outsiders, well, those outsiders have oftentimes big followings, and also they become insiders at the end of the day. I'm sure there are plenty of people. I'm sure there are plenty of people in here that probably came in here originally thinking maybe this guy, a lot of people shit on this guy. Maybe he's a bad guy. Let me go see for myself. I go to the ER saying I've had 3 heart attacks previously and I have chest pain. They need more checks before they start trying to work me up for a heart attack. Yeah, now you're dead. But yeah, these unserious people are now losing their minds at yet another fucking ridiculous thing. Okay? They're crying about a flag, dude. The entire hoax was literally for testicle removal, not HRT, not SRS, FFS, etc. They would need to commit forgery to get the medication list they don't actually have for real gender surgery. Oh, I didn't even realize. I thought it was just to like fulfill their prescription again. Yeah, you can't get fucking bottom surgery off of a checklist. What are you, fucking stupid? That entirely changes. That entirely, no, I think it was just for HRT, I thought. Wait, what? You can't, you think a doctor and a surgeon are going to be like, yeah, let's lop your penis off. No, first of all, fuck the doctor. You know who would stop that? Insurance. It was for bottom surgery? Oh, dude, what? Dude, you think insurance in this country would let you get away with bottom surgery when you don't have the medical background, when you just basically defrauded, when you lied to like some fucking healthcare company over the fucking phone and you defrauded them? You would never be able to get a bottom surgery like that. Just an orchiectomy. Yeah, insurance companies, man, they trust me. They're the most transphobic, okay? This is the letter of recommendation from Plume. This is from Plume that Matt Walsh's producer obtained by using the fake guidelines to get in. Despite these interventions, she reports significant ongoing gender dysphoria. She's seeking orchiectomy to help alleviate gender dysphoria, and it is my professional opinion that she would benefit greatly both medically and physiologically from orchiectomy. This procedure has been defined as medically necessary by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health to treat gender dysphoria. Chelsea Busey has met the WPATH criteria for gender dysphoria and is an appropriate candidate. She has the capacity to provide informed consent on this procedure. I anticipate this will help significant progress in further treating her gender dysphoria. I therefore recommend and refer Chelsea Busey to have this surgery. Plume Health currently operates on a virtual telehealth basis, so a preoperative risk assessment for postoperative care, patients will need to see primary. Yeah, dude, there you go. Do you see this? This is quite literally another check on the part of like the rigorous checks and boundaries I was talking about. This is a recommendation. Okay? This is a recommendation. This does not, you don't just take this and you slap it on a fucking doctor's face and the doctor goes, all right, strap it up. It's not even an approval for a surgery. It's a recommendation for a surgery. It's fucking ridiculous. Ay, 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 dude. Some of you have never gone through the hellish nightmare of American medicine, and it shows. This is perhaps one of the greatest examples of this. If you look to this and you think this means anything but one of the possible multiple recommendations that you need to be able to get a surgery, let alone fucking pay for it, okay? You're out of your mind. You just have you're oblivious to the reality, okay? That is bananas. And if you're a whole ass adult, I think we should strap Matt Walsh and Matt Walsh's producer onto a fucking, put them forcibly into an operating theater and forcibly trans them, for the record. I think we should do that. If you fucking do this informed consent shit, fuck around and find out. I would literally force you to do this. Okay? Straight up. Fuck you. You're offering, as an adult, informed consent. It's like saying, I am an adult and I went to a fucking plastic surgeon and I wanted to get gigantic fucking knockers and I, shopped around and found someone that was offering this as a recommendation. Okay? Look around hard enough, you're going to find someone who will give me gigantic knockers. This does not mean that we are abolishing plastic surgery or creating a new prohibition for plastic surgery in general, okay? Bro, what? This was basically a Zoom meeting? Yeah, this was one letter of recommendation after this person fucking lied about it. This does not mean that you can just go and immediately get under a fucking knife, okay? That chatter is the perfect example of exactly what Walsh wanted without even realizing how brainwashed they were and how they fell right into the zombie herd Walsh was hoping for. They did. I'm a trans dude and in the process of getting top surgery in order to qualify in the state of California even. I had to get several letters of recommendation from medical providers just to prove I was trans enough to the insurance agency. It's not an easy process. I know. I've talked to trans people about this process. That's where I'm coming from when I say I know there are rigorous guidelines to this kind of thing. Besides the completely dehumanizing hatred for the transphobic right-wing, right-leaning people, it is really annoying how actually ignorant they all are, understandably so, of all trans issues. You don't want my friends to exist, but also don't know a fucking thing about it, or the process, or history, or anything. Pathetic is the only word. Yeah. You're angry. You're scared. You have created this boogeyman. Someone else has created this boogeyman for you. You are super susceptible to being propagandized. You are I don't know. I don't know what else to say. You're just like I'm surprised at how you have existed for as long as you have when you behave like this, when you believe anything that you see on the internet. There's no process in which you can just like not see a singular human being and a doctor, okay, when you are going through this situation. It doesn't work like that. You are always going to see a human being, okay? There are multiple different points throughout this process where a human being will touch this. You can commit fraud, by the way, and this person clearly did, right? And possibly get rid of some of those checks and boundaries, or checks and balances, I guess. But it's still, there are places in the system that would literally stop you. You want to know why I know that? Because there are real trans people that already have a fucking hard enough time as it is getting these kinds of procedures. It's disgusting. That's how I'm so confident when I say I know that this kind of shit is completely ridiculous. Doesn't this also prove they don't care about the children if they're trying to prove a point by saying this adult can do it? Yeah. My doctor recommended I get my gallbladder removed for a polyp. I had to go through a set of tests for the surgeon, so he believed I needed a gallbladder removed. Yeah, this is perhaps a better, I will say, a better crafted argument than like kitty litter piss boxes in fucking schools. But the same energy is put towards that as it's put towards this. It's the exact same fucking people that believe that like trans healthcare is readily accessible for anyone and everyone without any sort of fucking recognition, any sort of checks, nothing whatsoever. Okay? Those are the same fucking idiots who literally think that children are pissing in fucking kitty litter boxes. And they get shown that they are gigantic morons time and time again. And yet it still doesn't stop them from moving on to the next talking point. It's very frustrating. Notice how the recommendation was a month ago? I bet they tried to go further, but they couldn't get any further, so they posted this gotcha instead. Probably. Yeah, they require 2 letters of recommendation, it seems, to even get this kind of sex reassignment surgery. You have to do the social history, which they were trying to, they were trying to get. You have to indicate medical problems that you've had, along with past surgeries. And ultimately, like I said, you can maybe even defraud your insurance and override these medical checks that are here, right? That are in existence. But that does not prove what you think it proves. That just means you're a fucking asshole. Okay? Like, if you were to go into the women's restroom as a cisgender heterosexual man and sexually assault a woman, okay, and then you got punished for it and you claimed that you were actually trans, that doesn't mean anything about trans people. That just means you are a fucking rapist. You're a psycho, okay? This is no different than that. That just says more about you. It hasn't been an hour yet. I'm going to hold on a little bit more because she's just sleeping right now. I don't want to take her out yet. Anyway. This is like additionally silly. Typo, rephrase. Hysterically wetting your diapers because you saw a rainbow-colored flag on the White House is not political commentary. You're just not cut out for society. What do you mean? That's fine. There's no typo there. Motherfuckers bringing up flag code as though the thin blue line doesn't also break those rules is hilarious. Yeah. Stop listening to this chat. Yeah, I really got to do stop. I really should stop listening to the chat when I'm fucking crafting tweets like this. But it's good. It's good to get. Not see the similarities in propaganda, the way Jews were portrayed in the 30s and a completely innocent people nowadays. Fucking grim times. Yeah. They do, but they don't care. And I 100% believe that these are the very same people that absolutely would go along with the propaganda against Jewish people back then. And yes, that even includes Ben Shapiro, okay? 100%. 1,000,000%, okay? Why are they so scared of trans people? It bricks their understanding of the world, man. That part I understand. I understand why the average person's opinion towards trans people is like riddled with apathy. Because everything you learn from birth is all about like your gender identity being super rigid. You know, you can be a boy or a girl, and boys wear blue and girls wear pink, right? And it's a very important part of your identity. So the existence of trans people breaks that. So it kind of shatters your worldview. That's a hard thing to genuinely come to terms with. That's precisely the reason why plenty of trans people themselves were probably, you know, serious transphobes back in the day. All right, let's watch some fucking video games, goddammit.
Oh, we're finally doing this, are we? Because I was going to make a sandwich. Okay.
We'll cover Trump at the Waffle House, too.
What do I think about heroes?
Dude, what the fuck is Malcolm Gladwell doing in Fable? Stop. They put young Malcolm in here. I don't like that.
Well, we've all seen them, haven't we? Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
Wanker.
Roughing up bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk every single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the true hero is me, someone who's breaking new ground with fruit, with veg, on the agricultural side of things.
Just look at them.
Not wafting around mythical creatures.
This game is so sick. It's going to be so
That's
good.
What they are. Wafters.
Yeah, well done.
You see, I'm not here to slay legendary beasts. I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah. Oh.
Vor. Fable. Now with Vor. That's sick. Okay, I'm very excited about that. They also had a Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty official trailer, which is fire. I'm excited about this DLC. That's what this is, right? DLC, right? It's Cyberpunk.
There's got to be a way out of this.
Johnny, I'm dying. There's nothing can stop that.
V.
It's an expansion.
My name is Songbird. I'm an NUS intelligence analyst. I know about the bomb ticking in your head. And I can save your life.
What's the catch?
I need you to get to Dogtown.
Attention all Dogtown residents. The President managed to crash her Space Force One into our humble district.
Man's got 1,001 reasons to want Myers as a hostage. Sleeper agents. Time to wake them up.
So NUSA's tossing us back into the fray, huh?
Stay sharp. We're in the wolf's den
So
now.
this is like a separate game. Wait a minute.
Get Myers out of there.
Time to evac.
This has nothing to do with the mainline plot, it seems. This is like a totally separate game.
Shit! They catch us out here, we're dead. Wait.
Oh,
that?
shit.
God almighty! It's moving! Run! This way! Quick! Someone ratted us out.
You know, V, treason ain't ever black and white.
It's a charade, V.
Wherever she goes, people get hurt. Bodies drop.
Just want what Songbird promised me.
The cure.
The situation's changed. Need to know if you're with me.
Illusion of freedom draws in the desperate. Pick your truth, V.
Come on. Got iron in your hand. Gotta put it to someone's head. Pull the trigger.
If I don't do anything, and do it soon, I'll die.
Okay, well, I'm going to play the fuck out of this, so sucks to suck for everybody who hated Cyberpunk, just like I've played the fuck out of Cyberpunk last time. This next game, from what I understand, is a commie game. Clockwork Revolution. Yeah, it's set before the end. Yeah, it makes sense, by the way, for speaking on the Cyberpunk one, it makes sense that it's like almost a whole ass game in and of itself, like an expansion. I'm old enough to remember that they used to do that sort of thing all the time, pre-DLC, pre-like, bandwidth becoming much better for DLCs and things of that nature. Most of the time, video games would come out with expansions in between like the 6-year, 4-year time frame when they were working on a new game. So they would basically like give it to you. They give you like almost a whole ass game while you waited for the next one to come out. And it was, it wasn't free, obviously. It's just you still pay for it. It was a little bit cheaper than the original game, but it was still like pretty large, pretty sizable. And CD Projekt Red did that with The Wild Hunt, if I'm not mistaken. I think they basically did it with Witcher 3 as well. So that was like also like a new game that was pretty big. It's hard. It's hard for me to not like that and say that that's a good thing because of the nostalgia at the very least. The nostalgia definitely helps me a lot.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine.
I really do hate steampunk. I don't like it. I mean, I also hate neon punk as well, but like I know. Say L take all you want. I just don't like it. I don't like it. It's not for me. It's not for me. It's the aesthetic.
But it only takes one rebellious little gear.
I love post-apocalyptic.
Everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
This is BioShock Deathloop, dude. BioShock Infinite Deathloop Edition.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
I mean, it'd be if it's actually commie shit, then that'd be cool. The PC Gamer review is happening right now as well. I'm gonna run that.
Every single nook and cranny has something to do. You have to
For
make
a
sure
second,
that
and then we'll get back to the Xbox
incredibly
showcase.
creative. Given that the name of the game is Baldur's Gate, the city was really going to be the thing that people were going to be talking about.
The city of Baldur's Gate is seamless. Which,
I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna take Kai out to pee as well,
You
and
only
then I'll be
can
back.
judge the game when you have all the components together. And if the mix doesn't work, we start over.
At some point, he said, like, can't we just connect everything? And that was a very interesting day.
One of the things that's done is it's brought a level of believability and immersion and also complexity that wouldn't have been there otherwise.
Now it was this seamless, giant organism, and it really, really felt good.
It's being able to look out of a window and see down the city slope, so you're seeing down toward the docks, and you're like, one of my teammates might be down there. They might be running around down there.
We worked on it as a painting almost. You start with a sketch, a very basic line, and then you just start adding layers and layers.
We can put lots more of the city onto the screen than they could in 1998. So we can do something that is more immersive, richer, has more texture to it.
It feels like you are walking around a place where there are lots and lots of people living their actual lives.
You have crowds that are walking around, can talk to pretty much anybody, and they react to every single thing. It's very alive in that sense.
Every person that you meet in Baldur's Gate has got a story to them.
All the things that you have done up to the city really matter. You can really feel the conclusion of everything just gathering there.
We actually build anticipation through all these characters that you've met, through all these situations that you've been through.
All the stories that you have been following and all the decisions that you've been making, they all come to fruition in that lower city.
And the great thing is, if you so choose, you can be another bad thing that's happening to the city. You can arrive and be like, this place is on fire, and then you can throw petrol all over it.
During production, we felt like the city was our destination.
We spent, I think, 3 times, 4 times as much effort on the city than we originally planned. But the result, the feeling of walking in there is just fantastic.
You have this constant jostling of things that are very much of the real world, and then you can indulge in the completely fantastical.
And then when you walk into the city, the noise of everybody talking to each other, the knowledge that everywhere you look, you can go there and you can do something, the knowledge that you can fly through it, it's great. So the thing that I was the most afraid of when we started making this game turned out to be the thing that I'm the most proud of.
Larian Studios breaks the classic RPG series out of a 2-decade retirement when Baldur's Gate 3 finally releases on August 31st. Up next, we're forging ahead with more fantasy as flame-headed fighters face ferocious foes in a co-op action roguelike. After all, what's a roguelike without an onslaught of algorithmic terrors? I feel like there's a lot of that going on around here lately. Anyways, here's the latest trailer for Ember Knights.
Oh fuck. The song is so much harder than the game. That's what it feels like. What is this fucking thing?
What?
Would you like the endless loop of terror, death, repeat in the upcoming stealth extraction horror, Macabre? In Macabre, you and your friends will team up to confront interdimensional terrors, venturing deep into unstable time risk tasked with uncovering the source of terrifying anomalies. A great way to enjoy the outdoors. Built in Unreal 5, this exclusive debut will be out later this year in early access.
Seriously don't have any signal.
Not even one bar, there's nothing. I can't get in.
So, I forgot to mention, there's like a super weird, scary thing getting around inside the rift.
The hell was that, a bear?
Have you ever heard a bear sound like that before?
I've never seen a bear before.
You guys look lost. Come on. You'll freeze to death out here.
Australian
Suppose you're
people.
looking for the lodge.
That's unique.
Here, take this. I call it the atomic space shifter. If anything goes wrong, not that it will, I can pull you back out. A lot of
The
folks
POC
come
of
up
white
here
people.
for answers.
Unlike
It's
Italians,
weird.
the true.
It's like time runs differently.
Australians are the true POCs of white people.
Guys, I think I found something.
We're gonna get fucking Macca's, mate. Lady Kanoran, thank you for the 550 subs.
We gotta find the others, dude.
I think that might be a Kiwi. Kiwi. Kiwis, not Aussies. My bad. My fucking bed. Average day in fucking New Zealand. It's called Zelda.
I can't believe it worked.
Zelda.
This is the key to... Ah, you're alive. Ready to go back in?
Macca's is their way, but you can say McDonald's. average fucking day. Average day in New Zealand, mate. This is the average day in New Zealand, mate. This is how it fucking works. These are real fucking gators and whatnot.
We thought we had billions of years before our sun died.
Accent wrong and feel attack. Shut up.
We were wrong. Thousands of us answered the call, rallying to save those we can. Every one of our ships a ray of hope. Captain, it is up to you to find us a new home, so we can plant the future seeds of humankind.
Copy. Flying course now. Sector locked in. We are cleared to jump. Prepare for warp jump in 3, 2, 1.
Soft landings, Captain.
As great as Earthless looks, it makes you wonder, how are we in the real world going to fare when our big, beautiful sun enters its twilight years? Me, I'm optimistic. Who knows what we'll achieve by then? Every billionaire-funded space rocket that detonates moments after takeoff is one more step on the winding road of progress. Up next, tie on those togas and make merry with fine wine as all roads lead to this newest city builder. Here's a first look at Nova Roma.
Civ Killer? Is it? What if you play this and run out of money? I will not be playing this. I mean, this is the PC Gamer Showcase, chat. Of course, a lot of these games are going to be A-coded. Wait, what? So apparently the Cyberpunk expansion totally overhauls the game. AI, skills, perks, vehicles, police. Baffling how this has been undersold. No fucking way. Wait, so they are actually making a good game that is like well defined on a wonderful universe that they already had created. Because Cyberpunk did one thing very good. And that one thing was basically taking a fucking game or taking a board game with a really, really cool universe, taking a game in a really cool universe that was built for a board game and making it into a video game. But like all of the other parts of that, they did a horrible job with, including AI, including playability, all of this stuff, right? It was a role-playing game, not a board game. Sorry. Yeah. A role-playing game, not a board game. Lucy James says, played 90 minutes of Phantom of Liberty yesterday, and it's astounding how much CDPR has changed and improved pretty much everything. Combat, UI, AI, skill tree, cybernetics, armor. I could go on. Wild shit. So they kept the good thing, which was, I mean, look, I trust Tumblr, okay? He says, played this. It is wild how different of a game this is. Cyberpunk most people thought we'd be playing, and I'm excited to jump back in. Lovely preview here. Yeah, he wouldn't fucking lie, okay? That's the HasanAbi head to the core right there. Oh my God, I want to believe. I'm getting excited. I'm getting so fucking excited. So they'd be selling a fixed DLC and expansion. The bar is so on the floor for this. Is the game they originally promised us. I mean, dude, the original game that they promised us was promises that were impossible to fulfill in that time frame. It was absolutely their fault for not doing it. Ooh, is this an RTS?
Will you lead us?
Is this about World War I?
Pairing squad tactics with historic inspiration, Last Train Home is based on real events in the aftermath of World War I. However, historians continue to uncover records describing train passengers travelling homewards, some dating as recently as 2023. Whether any train home is truly the last remains the subject of academic debate. History is clear on one thing though: puppets can't be trusted. As proof, watch as Sesame Street meets survival horror in My Friendly Neighborhood.
Hey Gordon, it's Kyle. I know we're dropping this on you last minute, but we need you to head down to the Sunrise Street studio lot. The antenna activated itself last night and started broadcasting that old puppet show over the news. You need to turn that thing off. You gotta get this done, man. Bye.
The last job of the day is always the worst.
Raise the curtain. Bring up the lights. The neighborhood is coming to town.
Hey, stay back! Let's do this.
Resident Sesame Street Evil, but like, I prefer that to yet another fucking zombie game. But this game is too scary for me, so I will not be playing. Let's be real, okay? It should be illegal to make scary games, especially ones with like childish cartoon-like characters.
I ended early. Can we go back to the beginning?
A sprint victory and points up for grabs right here.
Push as much as you can. Copy.
Can they push more, I wonder? They can't afford to sit back and relax now.
Are we in trouble or not?
Oh, and that's a crash!
I push now, thanks for my push now.
And McLaren with a great overtake. Stay right here.
Is this Formula One
because
manager?
We're just getting started.
Oh my God, that's a game? Dude,
Hey, Frank AI.
Football Manager is literally... Football Manager is the type of game for, you know, the jock-adjacent A-worded people. I don't know who that market is for the Formula One manager.
Ah, cornering the VTuber market. Smart, very smart. I'm just not really sure this is my vibe, but since we're on a time crunch, let's see what's next for Subnautica Likes in Space with a trailer for Breathedge 2.
Breathedge 2 is the first one of this. This is also scary.
Man, there are so many great video games in this year's show. Frank AI, what do we know about sand?
Sand is a fine granular
What's up
substance
with this-
composed of mineral particles.
What's up with
It
this
is finer
talking
than
head?
gravel, but coarser than silt.
Yes, but it's also a brand new survival game set in an alternate history where Austro-Hungarian soldiers smuggle space salvage across alien deserts.
I don't understand that sentence. Would you like to hear more about sand types?
Oh, no need. I'm about to know plenty. Let's take a look at sand.
Space Austro-Hungarians implies the existence of space Ottomans, and I'm here for that, 100%.
До прибуття. Завітайте в Лазуровий порт. У нас найкращі пляжі, готелі та ресторани. Файно! Замовлю собі багатського м'яса та пива. А ви що, хлопці?
Ну, раз ми ліпші, то попали себе шампанським і морським оленем. А ти ж, Петро?
А я, як завжди, маленьку банушу хочу.
Йой, то ж ресторан, а не корчма.
Може ресторан бути найліпшим, якщо банушу немає. Що ти кошкірися?
Okay, this didn't show me anything. I have no idea what this is about now.
We have reached the end of this year's show, and we're saving something very exciting for the end. Dune Awakening, the survival MMO adaptation of the classic sci-fi series. Frank AI, what have you got for us for the big finale?
If you like, I could fill the room with sand.
That's a little literal, don't you think? But what if we had, like, costumes? Oh, Dune's got some really cool costumes. We have the still suits, the royal garments. Oh my God, I could dress up maybe as like a giant sandworm.
It will require 3 million teraflops of processing power to render you as a sandworm, Sean.
I mean,
bro,
don't worry.
PC Gamer Showcase said, hey, you guys like Strand type games. How about some sand type games? Okay, that's what we're finishing it off with.
Dude, like the real Frankie with the fun hair who's not a computer. Oh, man, there was this one year where she was a shark. And then, and she was like a mech pilot. And, I had a spaceship. And there was this other time with togas, and I had this really nice robe. Anyways, just forget it. I'm living in the past. I shouldn't even miss this stuff. I mean, we're adults, right? Frankie Ward?
Do you still want to do the costumes bit, Sean?
I want to do the Dune dress up bit so bad. I'm sorry. I tried to fire everyone and make
I don't want to make fun of these guys, but I just want to see the game, man.
Frankie, would you do the honors?
Gladly. Here is an exclusive interview with the team making a survival MMO that's more sought after than a suitcase stuffed with spice melange. It's Dune Awakening.
I wanted to see the actual thing so I could serve you the top of the hour exactly as it's happening. If you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. And they're from Oslo, Norway. Oh, top of the hour. These guys are from Norway. The guys making Dune. What do they know about sand? There is no sand in Norway.
My name's Joel Bylos. I'm the creative director on Dune Awakening. So Dune Awakening is a survival, open world, massively multiplayer game. It is a game where players are invited to explore
this guy
the
is
world of
literally,
Dune.
what,
They
is he
involve
Norwegian
themselves in
Australia? What the
politics,
fuck?
they involve themselves in intrigue, they involve themselves in combat, they have to survive on the most dangerous planet in the universe.
I think he's just
And
Australian.
through this experience, they come to know the factions in the world and the universe. So when Dune Awakening begins, you are a castaway on the planet in the deep desert, and all you have is a knife that you've made out of scrap metal. And you need to creep into enemy camps.
Now I understand how
and
bad
knife
your
them in the
Norwegian
back
accent
and
is.
steal
Brother,
the water
he's
from their
literally
sources.
Australian.
By the end of the game, perhaps you're running a guild. You have a fleet of vehicles, ornithopters flying in formation, sandbikes cruising across the desert beneath them, tanks kicking up a cloud of dust as you drive to a spice blow in the distance in order to harvest with your guild. And you see in the distance another guild.
They
coming
hired
towards
this
you
guy
just
because of
as
his
you crash
knowledge
into the
of
rumble
sand.
of a sandworm coming. That's combat in Dune Awakening.
My name is Viljar Sommerbakk. I'm the game director on Dune Awakening. You start out in the desert, surviving, clinging to life, and in the end, you might become someone like the Baron Harkonnen, and then you try to cling to power.
Does that sound a little bit more like what they say
in the
than what they
universe.
do?
Surviving on Arrakis means that you need to prepare for sandstorms. You need to find water. It's a constant threat against survival. The sandworm, every time you try to cross the desert, the sandworm will come. You will sometimes outrun it, sometimes you may not.
Dune Awakening is built upon a foundation of 5 pillars. Survival, which is obviously everything you'd expect to see in a survival game. It's water discipline, it's the surviving the sandstorms that sweep across Arrakis. Then we have politics and intrigue, which speaks to the faction gameplay of the game. It's about, siding with one of the factions, thinking about how they work together, perhaps assassinating members of the other factions. Then there's infinite exploration. Infinite exploration, which is one of the things I'm most excited about, is how the world
it just
changes
looks like sand.
over time. We have a concept called a Coriolis storm.
This looks
and when it
more like
sweeps
sand
across
than the
landscape,
previous
the
game,
sands shift,
sand.
revealing new points of interest. hiding others, making the game renewed every week. Then we have Combined Arms. Combined Arms is our combination of vehicles, melee combat, range combat, and abilities all working together to create a seamless sandbox combat experience. And finally, we have expression and customization, which is really more than just talking about like the visual expression and customization, which of course we have armor sets and clothing and a robust character creation. But in addition to that, it's really about play the way you want to play. Do you want to be a trader? You can do that. Do you want to be a fighter? Of course you can do that. Do you want to be a spy? Maybe that's the gameplay you're looking for. All of these things built into these pillars.
So the journey of the player, we've divided that into 4 parts. We think of them as survive, protect, expand, control. The survive part means that you're up against the planet itself and you're clinging onto life. In the protect phase, you've gathered some stuff, you might have a base, but you also want to make sure that nobody else comes to take it away from you, so you try to build defenses and make sure that your base is in the clear. Then, in the expand phase, you lift your gaze and you look around and you see that others have stuff as well, and you might want to take their stuff. Then, in the control phase, you may find yourself being a part of a guild or even the leader of a guild. Then, the goal is to control the flow of spice on Arrakis. However, you're never safe. There's always someone lurking around the corner. Can you really trust your second in command?
They don't even use guns
the
in
goal
Dune?
of the control phase is
they
that
do
you
now,
are
baby.
clinging to control. Whenever you get into combat in the desert of Arrakis, try to get it over with quickly, because not only are you fighting human combatants, but the planet Arrakis itself is the greatest protagonist there is.
They have a type of gun.
And with that, the PC Gaming Show 2020.
But doesn't it like? Don't they have a type of gun that like shoots? It like does. It's not like a real gun. It's It doesn't shoot bullets. It's like a gun that shoots like a fucking. I don't know how to describe it. It's just, but it's not a real gun. It's not a gun in the way that you would think. Anyway, all right, let's get back to the fucking Xbox showcase. So what is Starfield? Why are you guys like, I don't know what Starfield is. Everyone was talking about Starfield coming their pants. It's Bethesda. Todd Howard is involved. Oh, this is like Space Rim. Space Skyrim, right? No Man's Skyrim? That's even better. Todd Howard has lost
hey
all
everyone, thank you so much for
all
joining
matter
us
of
today,
like
and welcome
respect
to
and
Bethesda Game Studios.
good faith that
we've
people
been
had
so
in them.
lucky
So
over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here, and that's thanks to all of you. From the Elder Scrolls to Fallout, we love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream
Don't
up
believe his
the
lies,
space
chat.
game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield.
I saw you know in Todd we trust. Don't believe his lies. He immediately started the conversation by showing you feelings of nostalgia as to why you're supposed to trust him. Like, look, Fallout. Look. Look at that. Look at how good that was. Look at how good that made you feel. Think about how good these games make you feel when you were younger and you really enjoyed them.
Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the...
It cut out before 76. Yo, I was just kidding, but dude. No, literally, dude, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing that I just said he's doing.
Obviously, we've...
Look. Dude. dude.
A long way since then with the games we've built, our technology.
It literally cuts off right as you can see it. Like, it flashes it a little bit.
And all of us here in the studio, we've done so much together, but, well, we've never tried to make a game like this. Today, you'll get to hear from many on the team and see so much of what we think makes our game special. So let's jump in and take a look.
You'll be a believer by the end. I already want to believe. I don't give a
Starfield
shit.
is our first new universe.
Bro, listen to me. I'm such a fucking slut for anything, any kind of new IP. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't give a fuck if he's the biggest liar. I'm still gonna buy it. I'm still gonna play it, and maybe I'll be disappointed, but I'm not gonna be disappointed. I'm gonna go in, and I'm gonna love it, okay?
In over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities. But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet, to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds. That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually...
No. 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 Already, like, my immediate reaction to it is that these worlds look like they're too vast, and then they will most likely be barren and desolate. And also on top of that, like, I can't see this being... Like, I can see this being, like, massive, empty... desolate landscapes that you fucking tumble across for hours on end.
Actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too. We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere. We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves exploring an area you've landed in. You can collect resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected.
Okay, this looks sick. I was wrong. I was wrong. This looks fucking sick. This looks sick. This looks sick as fuck. Okay, this looks kind of cool.
We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up.
Maybe
and
I'm
you
wrong.
can view all that in your data menu. This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons to spacesuits to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Okay, I don't know why you're...
Our mission was to convey the wonder...
I don't know why you're padding the stats there by saying the robot can say your name. You know, okay, sick, man. Like what do they add, like an AI TTS to the robot or something?
and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch, a bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
I love that.
What's the plan, Captain?
That's fire.
This is your star map. It
2001:
starts with
A
the
Space
planet
Odyssey
you're currently
shit.
on. You can see all of its info and resources. You can choose a landing spot or fast
I do
travel
love
to
that.
known locations. Backing out further, you can view all the planets in the system. Obviously, the game is big, and it's here you can see planets that have key locations, missions, or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource-heavy.
Todd Howard
Zoom
never
out even
misses
further
except for
to
when he
see
does.
all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo.
It feels like they looked at No Man's Sky and were like, let's make that like an actual game from the jump. With like a story.
Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
Oh my god, the frames are
As
dropping.
soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest
I'm not
city
I'm not gonna be the fucking PC Andy and be like, four frames per second, lol. Don't do it. I'm not doing it. It's fine. This is new. This is fine. It's okay.
remain, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
So the main
That looks
focus
sick.
when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story.
I'm such a slut for like future dystopia. They get like human development shit. I love infrastructure, and I love infrastructure in the fucking future.
We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
I love cities.
This is a colony war memorial.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact, if you could place it on the table here.
Oh my
Shun
god.
guy.
Look at how it's coming together. That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful business.
Am I crazy or are they? I can't even tell if this is mocap or not, and I don't know if this is an artistic decision, but the characters do seem kind of not as well defined, like the way that they look. They look a little odd.
businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes.
Will you play it? Yes, I will. It comes across kind of robotic, and I don't know if this is like an artistic decision or if it's just like.
As long as you have the money.
To be fair, I do prefer this to like the same Unreal Engine shit that we see over and over again. So.
Also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about
And
these
they look
pirates?
very cool when they're in their
Completely
gear.
resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the first of many you'll embark on. The Settled Systems is home to all kinds of different stories, people, and adventures for you to uncover.
The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity. They consider themselves the true children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, even get your UC citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United Colonies. The city of Cydonia on Mars to this day serves as the largest mining facility for the United Colonies. Beyond the United Colonies' reach,
I need one of those
you
for
might
Kaya
find
Piss.
yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems.
Is Cydonia from Muse?
This is Freestar Collective Space.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go.
Capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is an Aquila City fixture.
A ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the Settled Systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
If you've got morality issues, this definitely isn't the job for you.
Ryujin is hiring the best and brightest of today for our future tomorrow.
Everyone has been chewed up and ground up by Neon. Try not to get yourself killed, all right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, I mean, I love space libertarianism, shit like that. But dude, the fucking character design is just like frustrating me. I'm like, come on, man. It's been 25 years, brother. Build a new engine or something. You know what I mean?
Outside the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore.
I'm still gonna play
but
the
these
shit out of it,
areas are
don't get me
also home to
wrong.
the most hostile factions in the galaxy.
The great serpent hungers. All heathens shall be made dust in time.
When we watched a video about this, it seemed like it was very, like, the boss in that video seemed very like bullet spongy, and it kind of like looked shitty. Well, we haven't really seen what it looks like to do combat with a big boss so far, but it does seem a lot cooler when you get to see the world, which is awesome. That is like, I'm a big slut for world building, as you guys know, so I'm stoked on what I've seen
This
so
is the
far.
face of a brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile.
They think the galaxy is theirs. They are wrong. It belongs to the Crimson Fleet. It always has.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many things to see and stories to experience. But the most important story is the one that you tell. I'm the type of person who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they
Me
see all
too.
of the improvements we've made.
I don't really
One of the
believe
biggest
that.
overhauls was done through our character generation system. We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching all that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game. So any character you see almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Snap out of it.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You start your character creation.
I start off as a guy with amnesia in a spaceship. Fuck yeah. KOTOR, baby.
Journey as though you're cycling through employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets, and that'll be your starting point. Your journey from there can be as detailed or as quick as you want it to be. This new system has more to offer than ever before.
It's also the simplest character generation system we ever had. We let the player get as close as possible to make whatever they want. With the various facial morphs you can blend together, the dermesthetic and makeup, blemishes, scars, piercings, teeth settings. It's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
It's pretty funny that they got the guy with like a crazy piercing to mention that. That's deliberate.
Character creation is more than just how you look. This is also where you start to decide who you want to be. That's where backgrounds come in. Backgrounds give you a bit of backstory and start you out with 3 basic skills.
Look at the amount of backgrounds.
From
That's
chef
overwhelming.
to dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
What's great about backgrounds is you never know when yours is going to come in handy. You could be in the middle of a fancy restaurant talking to some guy, and suddenly you learn he needs a beast hunter to help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last time.
We're also giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantages and disadvantages. You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
By Vectera, by Vectera! Is it really, really you?
He'll join your crew, and he'll give you gifts if you're willing to put up with his constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air.
Bro, they put fucking parasocial stream snipers in a fucking game.
My favorite
Stop.
trait is kid stuff. You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet, and it's really fun to go visit them.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor.
Oh my god!
I came
What
across some
the
hostile
fuck?
zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that made me the same religion as them, I was able to get by without any issues.
There's another great one that gives you a damage
He's from
buff when your health is
Oblivion,
low,
the arena
but
fan. I
mercenaries will
remember he was
randomly
like
show up
way
and
skinnier,
try to kill
no?
you. No matter what you choose, there will be plenty of ways for you to tell your story. And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view! It's
He's
a
like an elf.
feast for the eyes. Off we go to another
Yeah, I remember him.
adventure.
We'll let you discover that on your own.
They killed him? Wait, what?
Feast for the eyes. Off we go to another adventure.
That's fucked up. Better than Star Citizen? Yeah, it's better than Star Citizen because it doesn't. One is slated to exist, the other one is never going to.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put
Oh, come on, homie. Why are you wearing a fucking golf visor indoors? What is happening there?
them together to create
That's a
an
wild
all-new skill
design
system.
decision for yourself.
Each time you level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills. Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill. Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks. With our 5 different skill trees and 4 ranks per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
I like the Xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control aliens.
Boost pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat. That one's a lot of fun.
Invest in the skills that suit your playstyle.
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone. My favorite part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie, and then jumping out and springing on people.
That's my least favorite part. Creeping in
Whenever
the vents.
possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits.
I do love
Fine,
that.
I'll issue you an access.
I don't know why I've always been a slut for persuasion characters. Like since Mass Effect 1, I would say. Like having
I'm more
persuasion
of a run and gun
points.
player. I like doing the death from above thing where I boost pack over guys and I throw landmines at them.
I like the gun doesn't even
like
look like
blowing
a
stuff
gun.
up.
Yeah. When I play video games, I like to play
Exploration
a
is a
barbarian or like a warrior type with max level
Starfield,
charisma.
There are full star systems with new life, resources, and adventures.
The himbo
Our
build,
team
yes.
works hard to strike a balance between fun and realism. We study data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel believable. From the way we approached planetary atmospheres to the way we placed biomes based on the planet's distance from the sun. Once we had created a grounded world, we could start looking at all the things that make that world fun. When you leave a planet and head into space, you'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space, and exploring derelict ships.
Again, you're saying studied NASA copied Star Citizen, but one is not a game and the other one is.
Out there.
The only game Star Citizen plays is with your hearts.
It's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on the surface of a planet, the alleys of a city, or
And
the
wallet.
vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
And I say this as someone who's talked about Freelancer like multiple times. One of my favorite games, like one of the first ever games that I played where I was like, wow, video games are insane.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship. Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running.
Playing Freelancer when it first came out on my fucking
And it all
PC.
starts in spaceports.
And experiencing like immersive
Every spaceport has a ship
gigantic
technician
galaxies.
where you can purchase, sell,
So
and
sick.
modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes. You can customize and upgrade everything you see here, and you have 2 ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything, from the systems to the look and layout. Adding a new habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette.
This looks fucking awesome.
An improved grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps. You can even fully customize your paint job to get the exact look you want. The parts you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats. They'll also affect what you can do inside your ship.
I feel like they took all of the goats of space travel and then put it into one game. I don't know how it's going to work out, but if like it seems like they literally took some of the best aspects of every like big space exploration game that has come out in like the past couple of years and tied it into one game. Like that's why you keep saying, "Oh, it's like Outer Worlds or No Man's Sky or even Freelancer," kind of like it just feels. It's going to be buggy, for the record. It's going to be fucking buggy. Obviously, it's going to be buggy. It's a Bethesda game. I mean, that's part of it. That's going to happen. But, you know, it's still going to be sick, it seems. I don't know. We'll see.
Ship. You can have modules for crafting or for storing and displaying your weapons. Starfield's in-game ship manufacturers bring their own look and feel to every piece of your ship.
This game
From
will
living
not be
quarters
playable
to cargo
like
holds,
it'll come with a day one
mess
patch
halls,
and it will still
and
not be
control
playable.
rooms. Our modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is I make them look like animals. The HMS Platypus, as I called it, where it had a giant tail to it. And we've done spiders, we've done mechs. So it's really whatever your imagination is.
Bro, this is like Zelda.
And while you can build your
It's like
home
Zelda
among the
building.
stars the way you want to, you're probably not the only person who will call your ship home.
Ready to lift off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
The Frontier is fueled and ready, Captain.
Some of the members of Constellation can join you on your journey. These companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact.
Is there going to be any kind of like From Software style or Diablo style like multiplayer feature in this game, or is it sole single player? Because I feel like the only way to take like this massive expansive universe and make it replayable would be if there was some level of like, I mean, all single player, fine. I love single player games. But this literally looks like too expansive for it to not feature some kind of like multiplayer option in it. No, but there will be a mod for it. I mean, it just seems, I don't know.
Or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines.
Like co-op.
Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved.
Before people say, remember Fallout 76? I don't, because I never played it. I actually never played it. And, just because that fucking failed doesn't mean that like the principle behind putting a co-op or the idea behind putting a co-op in that game doesn't make sense. I think it does. Also, we did watch the Internet Historian Fallout 76 video.
Anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
Can you fuck alien pussy or not, man?
You'll
what is
also
this
meet
romance
potential
shit?
crew
I want to
members
know.
out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on
I don't
your
care
ship?
about fucking humans, okay? Let's be real. Are there humanoid aliens? Number 1. 2, how do we fuck them? Okay?
I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run.
Like, everybody's throwing up Haas and shit, but, like, let's be real. Every single one of you on day one is like, well, let's see what kind of mods there are out there. I'm just looking. I mean, I'm not really that interested, but, like, it wouldn't hurt to find out. You know what I mean? Don't act like I'm not asking the questions you all want answers to, okay? I speak for all of us when I say I would like to know if you have humanoid aliens in this fucking game, and can you fuck them?
And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in the field.
Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please, avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams.
Why humanoid? I don't know, because I don't want to fuck a jellyfish. Like, I don't know. That's why humanoid aliens is what I specified. Maybe you do.
And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do pretty much anything. And that is really cool for us as developers. Spaceflight should be exciting and dangerous, and you should feel like you're in complete control every step of the way. We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the ground drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there.
Zap the motherfucker. Okay, that looks fire.
Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target.
This game doesn't look like it will be good. You're wrong. It does look very good. It looks very, very good, in my opinion. The only thing you can say is maybe it's like it's doing too much at the same time.
After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship.
That's crazy.
Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours.
That looks
Empty your fleet
incredible.
and retrieve it at any spaceport. But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance.
I can't get over how fucking insane and next gen this game is, with like literally characters, with character animations and character walking sequences that is literally 3 generations old. It like, I want to avoid seeing that. I want to avoid talking about it, but it's ridiculously clunky. Look at this. Like, look at that. Look at the fucking, look at her. Look at her.
UC Vigilance.
Look. What is this, man? What is going on?
Or rub elbows with the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars. There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm gonna board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all the sandwiches and put them, you know, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero, but I want to go out and just start taking things from people as quickly as possible.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game.
You know, there's gonna be fucking spaceships out there that are ghost ships that have like had every single person in it die mysteriously, and you're gonna be trying to like figure out what happened, and then there's gonna be like some kind of zombie ass fucking disease on the ship.
Through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on zany adventures. Then realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters, it's in our handcrafted quests, and it feels so cool to play it and just make your own path in this universe. There are over 1,000 planets out there, just waiting for you to visit. We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every inch of a mostly untouched galaxy. We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder.
I think there are aliens, but like not.
Fear.
But they're like animals.
We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys, and just setting you free.
And I think the entire purpose of the game is like to try to figure out if there is like humanoid aliens out there, right? Isn't it what it is?
Hey everybody, we've shown you so much stuff.
We've seen fucking aliens that look like animals. You know what I mean? Short break. Starfield Chrono Mark watch. What the fuck?
Well, we thought we'd just take a little break tail into our collector's editions.
Okay. Don't sell me more, okay?
In every one of our games, we always put so much care into all those little details that breathe life into our worlds. But Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world, it's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield? Because we want to give you freedom on a galactic level. The freedom to experience both the exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources you can use for crafting, building, and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole system that we generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explores. Our system builds a planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore, creatures to encounter, ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
Aggressive creatures have been disrupting our experiments. Their habitat isn't far from here. If you could take care of them for us, we would be in your debt.
So even if your friends were to visit the same planet that you had, you would have a different story to tell.
Yes, I would not fuck an octopussy. Please stop asking me if I would fuck an octopussy. Only humanoid alien pussy, okay? It's ridiculous. I am terrified of octopus and octopi and octopussy that comes along with it. L-take? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I am an L-taker, okay? I'm an L-taker and L-giver. But you know what I'm not giving? The D to an octopus.
It's completely up to you how you want to interact with each planet, whether you want to explore and see what you can find, harvest resources and be on your way, or simply...
Bro, everything they keep showing about exploration signals desolate wasteland with 3 caves. Like, it's hard. I don't know how the fuck they're going to pull this off. What is this game going to be, like 700 gigs? Like, how are they going to pull off random universes with like multiple different, like Mass Effect, exactly. There's no, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do that.
Take in the views. With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you have the skills, you can even figure out that certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
When we were concepting these creatures, we really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters. We wanted native wildlife. Something you've never seen before.
Chat be like, interesting. Definitely want to fuck that. You guys are gross.
When it comes to our exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp. Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet. And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes, filling all different purposes. You can even live in them. Assign crew and companions to work at your outposts for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Things to be generated in a random but actually deterministic algorithm like a PRNG, a pseudo-random number generator. This means that you could store minimal starting information and be able to compute what each world should contain without having to actually ship the bits to everyone who wants to play. So like what? Like randomized dungeon crawling like in Diablo 2? Is that what you mean? Except this time it's an entire planet. I don't know. Oh, Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft. Roguelike planets. I don't know. I don't know how they could do. There are parts that are made, but the rest is RNG. I just don't know how the fuck that works. I don't know how that would work within a hyper realistic thing like this, especially when like there's supposed to be like storylines built into it. You know what I mean?
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between.
And how that would not be repetitive. You know what I mean? Because like ultimately, if you do that, it's impossible for it not to be repetitive in such an expansive universe. You know what I mean? There's going to be like, oh, this planet has a tier 3 enemy base, and then a tier 1 enemy base, and like 4 tier 2 enemy bases. You know what I mean? Like, and then you just like mix and match assets and like put different types of villains under different factions and toss it all around the universe, and then you randomly generate that. In a game like Diablo 2 or in a roguelike, it's not going to be as annoying because oftentimes it's top down and it's actually the combat that's keeping you entertained regardless, right? Whereas in a game like this, I feel like maybe I'm wrong in this, and maybe you guys will say I'm totally wrong in this, but it's the storyline and the unique stuff that happens that keeps me going in like an Elder Scrolls type game, right? It's never the combat itself. Like, the combat is fine, but it's always second place. And it doesn't seem like this has anything unique in terms of combat. It just looks like, you know, Fallout Skyrim combat. So that random generation, it could be fucking great. But, you know, I don't know. I'm still a little worried about it, but hopefully it'll be great. Endless storytelling always goes too short unless there's crazy machine learning going on to generate. Yeah. I just don't know how they would be able to randomize it in a way that doesn't seem repetitive. I'm not saying they can't, but if they are able to, if they're able to like randomly assign the universe, the planets inside of a specific galaxy with like unique sequences and whatnot, then it'll continuously make it replayable. But I don't know. It seems like an exploration game. That's like saying Minecraft needs fun combat. No. Okay, but you can't compare this to Minecraft because Minecraft is not simply an exploration game. There's so much more to Minecraft as far as like building. As far as, you know, breaking down, building. Like, Minecraft is not an immersive role-playing game.
On-foot building, or you can now use a top-down isometric camera, which helps plan out larger parts of the outpost and placing those larger halves.
All I'm saying is I'm worried that it's going to be resource extraction with RNG. RNG resource extraction and like literally hitting the same fucking type of enemies with like a different skin on it. And one is going to be the Berserker clan that you're fighting, and then the other one's going to be the Space Pirate clan that you're fighting. But they have the same combat, same movement, same AI, with like a different skin, and then there's going to be like a tier system for different bases that you can infiltrate, and they will sprinkle that onto like different planets across the board. And Politic Frog opinions muted easy. I'm saying what I'm worried about. Okay, I'm saying what I'm worried about. I'm worried that it will be like that. I don't want it to be like that. I'm just saying that I'm worried that it will be like that. We'll still play this game, okay? I am a slut, okay? I'm a whore.
So that way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is.
I just don't know how they'll be able to build this
decorate
expansive
and
universe
things
and make
much
it playable.
easier.
You can have predefined locations for story and put them on procedurally generated planets. The repetitiveness part is solved with enough variance. Whether they manage to achieve that is another question. Your concerns are definitely valid. Source, I'm a game dev. That's that. Yeah, you put it way more succinctly than I could have described it. That is my fear. Like, I can't help but feel like this is like a Mass Effect promise. And we've all been hurt before, especially when it comes to space exploration games
and
for some
research
fucking
stations
reason.
in your outpost to utilize
That's
any
why.
resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes, larger magazines, a selection of grips and barrels, different ammunition like explosive rounds. All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always a delicate balance between like what's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood. And I think we sort of err on the side of like, what's fun for the player.
With Starfield, we've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment. Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat. Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying. Zero gravity environments pose a different...
How the fuck do you do third world shooter? I guess auto targeting, right? Like, I mean, third person. Fuck, third world shooter.
Challenge.
Aim
Firing a
assist?
ballistic weapon in zero-G will actually push you backwards. Energy weapons, on the other hand, offer a more stable shooting experience.
We also have mag weapons. These are high-powered electromagnetic induction ballistic
I know there's
arrays.
third-person
Each
shooter.
barrel has its own targeting laser and can dish out some serious damage.
I should have said.
Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns, or maybe you prefer something bigger. Starfield's got you covered.
I mean, the first person looks sick. It actually does look sick. And it doesn't feel bullied spongy at all.
Thanks again for being with us today. We are just so grateful that you've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in. There's a lot to the game, even more than we could show here. You know, as we play it, we're always sharing these unique and special moments that only a game like this can bring. When I think about what makes it special, it really is the people here.
I don't want to.
This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude. Y'all ride that dick. I mean, I do too, but at least the dick I'm riding is like Hideo Kojima's dick. You know what I mean?
All of them putting something special of themselves into it.
Let's
hear some of their favorite moments.
I ride the best dick, okay? Kojima and Miyazaki. Those are the dicks I ride because they've never actually led me astray. You guys are riding the dick of white men, okay? White men that have lied to you in the past. They've lied to you and they've led you astray and they've hurt your feelings and you're still riding it.
Moments.
Stop saying Death Stranding. Death Stranding was fine.
I love the way that our final combination of all the new tech has come together to create some of the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises we've ever had in any of our games.
I love the creatures,
It was
the
all right.
exploration, every biome is different.
Like, you can't compare Death Stranding to fucking Fallout 76. You know what I mean? Can you? Do you think it's comparable? Be honest, in your heart of hearts. That's not fair. No, that's like you're comparing. You're saying that Kojima's dick is not rideable or you're comparing it that way. No, but you can compare Metal Gear Solid 5 to Fallout 76. No, you can't. No, absolutely not. Also, that's one is literally like indentured servitude, okay, versus the other guy has like way more leeway with the business decisions on the side. Okay, I see Metal Gear Solid 5 as like Kojima being held at gunpoint to like make a game again. And even then you can't compare it because Metal Gear Solid 5 is still like literally an objectively good game. It's not Metal Gear Solid 3 because you're comparing it to one of the greatest games of all time. I don't agree with that assessment. It was fun. It was playable. It had like fun and cool. It even I'd go so far as to say even like the new world mechanics that they added into it were not bad.
Different. The word that comes to mind is vast.
I like to use our photo mode to take rockstar photos.
I just love that constant.
I will never understand photo mode as like a thing that people regularly promote as though this is like the thing. This is the end all be all. It's like top of the hour ad debates being like the main selling point for fucking for the HasanAbi broadcast. You know what I mean? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Like, and sometimes I debate you. Some of them are good. Some of them are not great. Okay, this one was, you know, above average. But that's not the main reason why you're coming here. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub, like I said. Los Pipos, thank you for allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Feel of discovery and wow, I can't believe that there's more here.
I'm most excited about our outpost building systems.
My favorite part is every time you step out on a planet, it's a unique experience.
You spend all this time building your ship, and you see it on
the ship building and the outpost building looks sick.
Gigantic. It's the kind of thing that you just can't.
It is even a lot of fun in Subnautica.
There's something about seeing a tower over in the distance and going, I know the gravity's low here. I think I can make that jump.
My favorite part is biomes, spaceships,
audio design,
planets,
the day-night cycle.
Those details matter to me.
Diplomacy, exploration, freedom,
the ending.
Beskap, obviously.
I love the robot so much.
The incredible amount of worlds we created.
Sniper rifles, come on.
Lever
Bring
action,
the guy to say piercings.
rocket launcher.
Brain sprout.
Oh, he said brain sprout. Never mind.
I love, but some people might find creepy. I don't know. I know it's right, Ben. The thing that I enjoy most about the game is the freedom to be who you want to be, do what you want to do.
Brother, look at that movement,
game
dog.
Is the freedom to
like look at this movement, dog. This game is not coming out in 2012. Okay, come on.
Be who you want to be, do what you want to do. It's what you've come to expect from a Bethesda title, but on a much bigger scale.
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's Bethesda. It'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be.
On behalf of all of us, we can't.
It'll be quirky and it'll be good. Okay, maybe it's Copium or maybe it's Bethesda. You know what I mean?
For you to play Starfield and make your own special moments.
Let's go. Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Do you even know what an RPG is? A rocket-propelled grenade. Duh, dummy. I'm a big RPG slut. I think a lot of people in this community know this. I play RPG games into the fucking ground. It doesn't matter if people like hate me for it. I will literally play them. It's like the only types of games I play. Alright. Senua, Saga, Hellblade 2, the first game I did not play.
She can feel them slipping through her soul, following the threads of her mind.
ASMR game.
She's here to find them, the ones who hide. She needs their help with a promise, a question. But it's never so simple, is it? Wisdom has a price. There's always a part of you that changes. A part of you that darkens. And a part of you that dies.
Over there, that pool. I can feel them. Feel them everywhere. The lost ones. They are watching us. You should never have come here.
I know it's an ASMR game, chat. I know the first game is an ASMR game.
How can we make it?
But, like, voices are very important in sound design.
It's time to find out. What are they waiting for? Senua, what are you waiting for? I'm here.
Watching more than one.
Where are they?
Where are
It's a
you?
schizophrenia game.
I don't like it. I'm scared. This is too
I have avoided playing that game because I'm terrified. I downloaded it.
Feel them boring into her.
And I just avoided playing it because I'm scared.
Ask them.
What do you want me to do?
If I wanted to self-induce schizophrenia, I would just read Facebook posts until I became a QAnon uncle, okay?
Lost soul who fought through hell to find us.
You were lost. Not anymore.
Are you ready for what you will find here?
What we will find. What if it's all for nothing? What is that? There. They are waiting. There. It's them. It's you. What will they do to her? What will we do to us? Touch it. And feel your mind. Your voices.
All parts of you that are broken.
You can be whole. All the grief.
All the rage.
All the fear.
Everything I've seen. Everything I've done has led me to this place. We've come so far.
Not far enough. Say it.
You are ready.
Tell them.
I am here. Now.
What if we get lost forever?
What will happen to them?
What will happen to you?
Guys, it's like puzzles.
I will not let them down.
It's like puzzle solving. This is like a thriller puzzle solving game.
Who are these around you, Senua? Those you have saved, or those you led to death?
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Cutie's here.
Come to your house and it won't stay long.
The fuck is this?
You look in the bed and somebody be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
I need you to play scary games on stream because there's no way in hell I'm playing them myself.
Been a while. So, you remember that favor you owe me? I'm looking for a creature. Huge, sneaky, teeth like knives. No? Well, hey, how about you guys? No? Nobody? Not helpful.
This game is woke. Folks, this game is woke.
Sneaky.
Well, they come to your house and it won't stay long. Well, you look in the bed and somebody'll be gone. They'll go give you time to get ready.
Ooh, I mean, that's unique, dude. Black characters in the American South, like a thriller. That shit is that in and of itself is actually automatically unique. So I like that. It's, I mean, I don't know what the combat looks like, but I will not be playing. I mean, all the Xbox games are also on PC, right? So it doesn't matter. I can play all of them, right? They made the South woke. Yeah, another game I will not be playing. I will not be playing this game. That is like, it's just, oh god. Ay, ay, ay.
Rated everyone.
Jusant reveal trailer. Stop telling me I'm going to be playing scary games when I will not be playing scary games. I've retired scary games. Chat loves putting me through like physical and emotional torment. It's crazy. Jusant Puggo. Rock climbing sim. He's not bouldering, he's sports climbing. Shut up, nerd. Lead climbing, he has yeah, imagine using aid, dude. What a fucking nerd. Okay, this literally is like rock climbing simulator. What the fuck? It looks cool, but I assume it's like a puzzle climbing game, right? It'll be like a puzzle climbing game where
Play
it's
it
just
day
like
one with
different areas require different skills, yada yada yada, that sort of stuff. What is Avowed? Oh, isn't this like the Unreal 5 fucking? Oh no, I was wrong. Obsidian Skyrim. The demo of Jusant is out now. You've broken the law.
People don't like you very much, do they?
This looks kind of sick.
Living lands by an emperor who couldn't bother to come himself. To investigate some plague.
I would not fuck the fish guy. I'm anti-fish.
Souls.
No more mussy for me.
You want us to trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield. The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us or destroy us. So now that you have all this power, what are you gonna do with it?
Bro, this feels like Liza. You know what Liza P is to Liza P is to, you know, Bloodborne on PC. This is to like a new Skyrim. You know what I mean? They're like, let's just do Skyrim, but with a reskin and with a unique story. So for people who are fucking frustrated by it, like get mad at the actual developers for not making Liza P. Shut up. Yeah, it does have some Fortnite-ass colors, but whatever. It could be good. This could be good. Was it Dark Messiah? Was that D&D? Dark Messiah? That's what I was thinking of too, like combat-wise. Where it was like, you do fire, you can like, it's a mixture of like, or was it Might and Magic? Sorry, not D&D. I played that game. That was actually not bad. I mean, I never finished it. Or maybe, did I finish it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, where it was like, hey, Kaya, that, she is a woman, so you got to take it up with your gender. Okay, guys, March is here, Cutie's here. I'm gonna run the last 3-minute ad break here, and we are doing a short 4-hour day today. Sorry, but I will be back tomorrow, and we will get back into it. As always, I'm sorry for not watching the City Skyline demo. Okay, I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, well, back to the fucking news. You know, all the Trump antics and whatnot, and then also on Tuesday, obviously, I'm gonna be wearing a suit because you know it's fucking special day. It's special Tuesday. I'll finally do Hog Talks. Okay, love you all, and peace.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, her started streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door.